I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Camarillo City Council. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Kildee? Councilmember Martinez-Bravo? Here. Councilmember Tennyson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Tremblay? Here. And Mayor Santangelo?
Here. Thank you. The purpose for opening at this hour is to go into closed session. I'll have the city attorney read the closed session items.
Yes, Mayor and Council, we have 2 items listed on the agenda. Item 1 is anticipated litigation. As the agenda item states, we are going into closed session to discuss a letter received from the law firm of Manat on behalf of Nui LLC dated October 24th. In addition, the city received another letter yesterday, also from Manat, related to the same matter, dated November 7th. Both of those letters are available with the agenda and upon request. The second item is pending litigation related to 2 items listed on the agenda. And if there's any reportable action, I will make that report. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will recess into closed session.
I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Camarillo Board of Library Trustees for Wednesday, November 8th, 2023. Let the record reflect that all board members are present. Would Councilmember Kildee please lead us in the flag salute?
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
Okay, are there any amendments to the agenda? Okay, hearing none, the agenda is approved. We will now hear from any members of the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the library board specifically? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the consent calendar. Can I get?
Second.
Thank you. There's a first and second. Please vote. Okay, and that passes unanimously. We will now have staff present the report.
Good afternoon, Madam President and fellow library trustees. Can you hear me now? Good
Yes,
afternoon, Madam
thank you.
President and fellow library trustees. Hello, my name is Megan Profeta, and I'm the Business Services Coordinator for the Russell Fisher Business Collection at the Camarillo Public Library. And I am here today to talk to you about our newest business program, Junior CEO. Junior CEO is a 5-week business course that teaches 9 to 12-year-olds the basics of starting their own business. We cover such topics as business fundamentals, customer service, and money management. Students will take what they learned in these workshops and apply it to a culminating event, the Junior CEO Marketplace. This is where students will be able to practice their business acumen, sell the goods they made, and of course, keep the money that they earned. The Russell Fisher Business Collection has largely in the past been focused on programming and materials for adults. Junior CEO is a way to engage local youth with business concepts and give them a framework to explore entrepreneurship. During our first workshop, which we had last week, we had tweens talking about making and selling dog toys, making bath bombs to sell, and reselling clog charms. So they're excited, they're full of ideas, and they're ready to be entrepreneurs right now. For the first round of Junior CEO, we have happily partnered with the community organizations Foundry 805 and the Boys and Girls Club of Camarillo. The Junior CEO Marketplace will have a booth at the Santa's Village at the end of the Camarillo Christmas Parade on December 9th from 10 to 2 p.m., and we hope to see you all there. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Megan. For everyone in the room, if we can just keep it quiet because it's really hard to hear the speaker in the room, thank you. Do we have any questions for staff? Yes?
I have a comment.
Yes, Councilmember
I think
Kildee.
this is a great idea. I actually started in my dad's business. He brought me down on Saturday and said, "Are you doing anything, son?" And I said, "No." He said, "Great, you're going to work today." So he took me down and I swept out the vestibule of his store back then, and I was able to learn finances and customer relations at a relatively early age. So I think it's a great idea for any, young person that's thinking about, the business world here to really get, a feel for it at a young age. And, you carry that with you your whole life. And I think there's a lot of young entrepreneurs just waiting for an opportunity. So I'm really, really happy and thankful that you're gonna do this, and I know it's gonna be successful. So I thought I'd just pass that along.
Great, thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Yes, and I do have one question. And first, my comment, I completely echo and agree with what Councilmember Kildee stated. And just my other quick question, I was looking at the report for October 2022 and comparing that to October 2023. And I do see, for example, that digital magazine checkouts increased by almost double. But I did see that for physical material checkouts, it went from 27,000 to about, or I'm sorry, 40,000 down to 27,000. And I just want to understand that discrepancy since it seems pretty significant.
Well, that's an excellent question, Madam President, and I will pass this along to our library director, Mandy Nasser.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree. Thank you for bringing that question up, Madam President. So just with the timing reasons, we weren't able to capture the whole month of October, so we did leave out 9 days for the report. But I will say that there is a national library trend, not just with Camarillo, that physical materials are slightly decreasing, and that is because our digital materials are increasing. So as people are getting used to Kindle devices or using our Libby app, the e-media resources are going up, increasing, and their physical materials are decreasing. But we are accommodating that with our collection. We are keeping an eye on it so that we can adjust the collection needs that meet the community.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Well, thank you for your report. This is a receive and file item, and thank you for your update. Any other board members have any comments or reports? Okay. With no additional business, we will now adjourn the meeting of the Camarillo Library Board.
All right, I'd like to call the Camarillo Sanitary District regular meeting for November 8th to order, and let the record reflect that all, everybody that's on the board is here tonight, which is a really good thing. So we're going to get down to the approval agenda, which we'll do, and general public comments to the sanitary district tonight, just sanitary district comments. Anybody in the public like to come down and make a comment? Seeing no one come forward, we're going to move down to consent calendar, which is A and B and C.
Move.
Approval.
I'll move.
Second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second with a smile. Hearing no further discussion, please vote.
There we go.
That passes unanimously. Board and staff comments and reports, anything, comments or report on tonight for the sanitary district? Hearing none, we stand adjourned.
With that, I will reconvene this meeting of the Camarillo City Council. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. And we don't have any presentations tonight, so that brings us down to council and staff comments and reports. I'm going to start on this side. Mr. Kildee, would you like to go first?
I'm sorry?
Would you like to go first, council comments?
Yes, I will certainly go first on that. Meetings attended, if I can find my slip here, bear with me. Okay, Economic Development Land Use for October 26th. I attended that. VCOG, we had our annual dinner in Simi Valley, and thank you for all the council members that took time out of their busy schedule to attend that. It was actually in Simi Valley, and I haven't been to Simi Valley in a while, and it was a beautiful venue. Anybody that's into the arts and whatnot, they have a beautiful venue that does a lot of presentations there, a lot of night kind of programs there, a lot of entertainment, and I was lucky enough to stay later and hear the entertainment there, and it was really good. I really had a good time there. On November 2nd, I attended a VRSD board meeting. And those are the meetings I attended, and that's all I have to report tonight.
Mr. Tremblay.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. For meetings attended, October 26th, the VCOG annual dinner. On October 27th, the Metrolink Board of Directors meeting in Los Angeles. On October 28th, the President's Dinner at CSU Channel Islands. On November 1st, I attended the Ventura County Civic Alliance State of the Region report, and I believe Council Members Tennyson and Martinez Bravo were there as well, and that was an excellent report. On November 2, the State of the County presentation, and I believe Council Members Kildee and Tennyson and Martinez Bravo were all there as well at the Reagan Library. On November 3, I had a Ventura County Transportation Commission meeting, a SCAG, Southern California Connect workshop regarding Southern California transportation. And then Councilmember Martinez Bravo and myself that evening co-worked, anyway, co-tag teamed, anyway, whatever. Anyway, together we did the West Ventura County Business Alliance Top 10 Awards, and congratulations to all of the winners, well-deserved, who received awards for their work in the community. And then on November 6th, I had a Ventura County Animal Services Commission meeting. One brief announcement at the November 3rd, and it's good news. On November 3rd at the VCTC board meeting, the Transportation Commission approved submission of its 2024 State Transportation Improvement Plan submissions to the California Transportation Commission. Why is that good news? It's because included within that submission is an allocation by VCTC of regional improvement funds in the amount of $4.667 million in fiscal year 25-26 to construct the Class 2 bicycle lanes on Central Avenue, on both sides of Central Avenue, from the Camarillo city limits to the US 101 freeway northbound off-ramp. So it's good news. Hopefully the Transportation Commission will bless it and say, go forth and get that project done. So it's good news for the city in terms of that bike lane project. And that's it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez Bravo.
Thank you, Mayor. On Thursday, October 26th, I attended the Ventura Council of Governments dinner. It is a voluntary joint powers authority representing the 10 cities and the county. On the Friday morning of October 27th, I attended the memorial of late Sheriff Deputy Eugene Kostyunchenko due to his tragic passing that was caused by a drunk driver. I was joined by our mayor and council member Tennyson as well. Saturday, October 28th, I was the keynote speaker at our local Regional Council of Carpenters graduation who are here in the city of Camarillo. On Monday, October 30th, I attended the Port Hueneme Naval Base tour. It was a half-day tour of the base and then also of Fathom Works. Mayor Santangelo, Councilmember Tennyson, and other members of our community, Supervisor Lopez and state representatives were there as well. Monday, October 30th, I attended the local Regional Council of Carpenters Trunk or Treat, which was a fun event for the kids and adults, or the kids and all adults. Wednesday, November 1st, I attended the Ventura County Civic Alliance 2023 State of the Region report at VCOE, and I am happy to report that Ventura County is the largest, safest county in the state of California. So thank you to our law enforcement who continue to do great work. On November 2nd, I attended the State of the County event at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. November 3rd, as Councilmember or Vice Mayor Tremblay pointed out, I attended the Top 10 Awards Gala at the Sarah Center here in Camarillo. November 4th, I actually volunteered this past Saturday at the Ventura County Animal Services, the animal shelter, and there's a lot of need if you'd like to be a part of the rescue readers to go. It's very therapeutic, I would say, not only for the animals, but for the readers as well. And then November 7th, that was last night, I attended the Camarillo Civil Air Patrol Squadron. They celebrated 75 years serving Ventura County, and they were very grateful that there was city representation, and I provided certificates on behalf of the city. Congratulations to them. And just an announcement, as you may be aware, Caltrans is beginning some intermittent ramp and lane closures from Camarillo Springs all the way to the 126, and this is part of a $10 million preservation project. The project includes slurry sealers on the ramps, and it's expected to last about a year, expected to be completed in the fall of 2024. And I do know that the city of Camarillo is working closely with Caltrans for all communication. So all that may be going on smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tennyson.
I won't be repetitious since most of my activity's already been reported. I did attend on October 29th the 158th birthday celebration of Adolfo Camarillo at the ranch house, and I was surprised at how many people braved the blustery wind we had that day, but it was well attended. 2 Camarillo white horses were present, and kids got to go up and pet them, and that was a big deal for them. And then on November 2nd, I attended the RDP 21 board meeting. And the Thursday before Halloween, I had the pleasure of attending the first ever trunk or treat at the Camarillo Police Department. And I had a conversation with our police chief, who was going to be really happy if he had 400 to 500 kids show up. And I'm going to say there were well over 2,000 kids that showed up. Many nonprofits, I think 20 or so nonprofits and civic groups had booths set up, and every single one of them ran out of candy multiple times and had to run to stores to replenish it. It was a great event. Last but not least, we have a big celebration coming up. Well, it's not a celebration. We have an important day coming up. On Saturday, November 11th, is Veterans Day. So please, if you're a veteran, thank you. If you know a veteran, thank them. And also on November 10th, for a very, very few of us, it is the 248th birthday of the United States Marine Corps. So Semper Fi to all my Marine Corps brothers and sisters out there.
Thank you. Okay, for me, October 26th, I attended the Economic Development and Land Use Committee meeting. On October 26th, I also attended the VCOG annual dinner. On November 2nd, I attended the CPA board meeting, the Clean Power Alliance board meeting. And back on October 30th, I did attend the Port Hueneme tour, and it was really great to be out there and to see all that the port is doing, and to see Fathom Works as well. And I wanted to say ahead of time, thank you to all the veterans. So, okay. Okay, we're going to bring it down to the consent calendar, items C through O.
Move consent.
I'll second.
Okay,
I'll
we have a
withdraw.
motion and a second. Unless there's further discussion, please vote. And that passes unanimously. All right, this brings us down to item P, which is discussion board, it's a discussion item, and Dave Klotzel, you'll handle this?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. This item is to award a contract for a major remodel of these council chambers. The design has been with the works for some time, and on the screen is a rendering of the improved layout of this room. The chambers were originally constructed in 1976, and no major upgrades have been done to the room since then, so it is time to move forward with this project. And the project improves accessibility for all, consistent with the Americans with Disabilities Act, including replacement of old and outdated lighting, sound, audiovisual, broadcast equipment, and HVAC systems. All the seats will be replaced, the carpet, other finishes will be replaced and upgraded. Most all of that is pretty well worn and at the end of its useful life. The layout, as you can see, improves accessibility, especially at the public speaker location, and also for council and staff. It'll enhance visibility for all, and safety and security. As you can see, the dais remains pretty well in the same location, right there in the center, raised there at the same elevation. The extension off to the right in the picture is for staff seating, so staff no longer sitting down here in front of the dais. So that'll be an improvement, again, with focus being made on enhancing the visibility of all that would be speaking and participating in the meetings. As you can see on the left of the picture is a fully accessible ADA compliant ramp for access up to the presentation area. So that'll remain the presentation area with a large screen, and then incorporating new TV monitor screens also on the walls for enhanced visibility of the meetings. So that generally sums up the improvements. There are an existing 134 seats today in the chambers, and it'll remain close to that. It'll be about 132 seats, and as you can see in that front row with some room allocated for wheelchair accessible spots. So essentially no change in seating capability in the chambers. A brief summary of funding and the project going forward. Majority of the funding is from the Public Education and Government Access Channels, or PEG program. It's an FCC requirement for that funding to be used for capital costs related to increasing accessibility for public meetings. Budgeted city facility funds will provide the remaining funding, and the project expenses total the $3.3 million, which the funding is needed for, which is all-inclusive, including the construction contract, construction management and inspection, design support services through construction, and then contingency for any unforeseen additional work if needed. The construction is anticipated to begin soon in early January and continue for the most of 2024. Schedule is somewhat subjective to availability of equipment and materials, which have, several of them have quite long lead times. So right away after council's approval tonight, if that occurs of the contract, staff will be working closely with the contractor to get started on laying out the specifics, construction schedule, timelines. But obviously during the project, the chambers will not be available for meetings. So during construction, the council meetings are going to be held at the community room at the library. And there will be full public access, seating, and audiovisual. The meetings will continue to be streamed on YouTube and the local government channel. Information about the timing of that and the change in meeting location will be going out to the public in the near future. Will continue to be shared, and information provided to all affected parties of the change in location for the meetings during construction. So ideally, by this time next year or towards the end of next year, we plan to be back in brand new, remodeled, very nice council chambers. So that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Have we fully vetted these scope of work here? In other words, the companies that did apply for this, do we have some follow-up on the quality of their work and the timing type things, and whether or not they can handle a job of this magnitude?
Right. I mean, it is a public competitively bid project, and our successful bidder qualifies in all aspects to be able to perform this work, and we're confident that they will do so.
Now, do we know roughly about how long we can expect this one to last? I mean, obviously, this original one that we've got here was built in the 70s. Is there a shelf life in your prognostication that you can do to see how long this one will last?
I guess the best thing we could look at is existing situation where this lasted, what is that, over?
Almost 50.
That's over, yeah, getting close to 50 years. And for a facility, a 50-year useful life is really good. So we're pretty well confident with again, we're not changing much at all of the actual structure of the building. A little bit's being improved and upgraded. But essentially, we'd expect it to last, I would guess, at least as long as the current chambers have lasted.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
No questions, just a comment. I think this is a great investment for our community. Literally, as this item came up, my little button came off in my little light. So I think it's definitely something that is needed, and it will benefit our community as a whole.
Okay.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Without further discussion, please vote. And that passes unanimously. Okay, that brings us down to our public hearings. Item Q is an addendum to the final SEIR, and it looks like Paul McLaren will be giving our report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I bring before you tonight an addendum to SEIR 2014-8, a general plan amendment 2019-1, a specific plan amendment to the North Airport specific plan, and a change of zone 335. So the request is that we change the land use designation of 26.1 acres from commercial to industrial. This is on the property. I'll get into where the property is. The Airport North specific plan would need to be amended in order to be consistent with that general plan amendment, and the zoning would need to be changed for that 26.1 acres from commercial plan development to limited manufacturing to be consistent with the general plan amendment. The project location is this 46 approximately acre site that's located north of the airport and west of Springville Drive. In September 2016, the council approved GPA 2014-2, which changed that 26.1 acres of industrial research and development area to commercial, and there was a corresponding amendment at that time to the specific plan and a change of zone from LM to commercial plan development, and a subsequent EIR was done at the time. At that time also, the developer entered into an agreement with the city to find a regional destination retailer for a commercial lot within a single year. After that year expired, they couldn't find that commercial retailer, so they did a 5-year extension to that agreement. So the existing general plan shows the blue space on the left-hand side is the current LM zone that would be being changed. So that's the general, this is the current general plan and zoning. So the blue would be where it is being reverted back to what was existing prior to the amendment in 2016. The Airport North specific plan would also be changed, so the R&D on this map would be changed also, or I'm sorry, the commercial on this map would also be changed back to research and development. In January 2019, the council referred GPA 2019 for further study. The intent at the time was to reduce the commercial 26.1 acres to 3 acres because they couldn't find that destination retailer, with a corresponding specific plan amendment and change of zone. And then last year in February at the triennial review of this GPA, the applicant requested the city revert the land use back to what was existing prior to 2016, so for GPA 2014-2. So the proposed is that the entire space go back to an industrial research and development general plan and a LM zone. And that the specific plan also be amended to be consistent. There has been a subsequent environmental impact report that was done. It was prepared in 2014 and adopted in 2016, and we have done an addendum to that, which has been prepared and is in your packet, that to make it compliant with CEQA. The potential impacts that have been evaluated were the same as they were back in 2016 when this was done. There have been no substantial changes. So the City Council has adopted many goals to identify areas of concern for future development within the city. Future development on this property will be subject to city design regulations to ensure that the community character is preserved. At this time, no project is being proposed, just the general plan amendment, zone change, and specific plan amendment. The reversion to the pre-2016 land use and zoning doesn't impact the city's ratio of commercial to industrial to housing, and will therefore not impact the ability to meet housing needs. It doesn't require any increase in the parks or recreation facilities or schools, and an increase in the residential growth beyond what has already been anticipated for the property. It is consistent with the general plan in that the land use, the proposed change promotes industrial park concepts, and it's consistent with the airport land use plan. It did go before the ALUC, and they found it to be consistent. And the environmental, economic development and strategic plan also places a high priority on positioning Camarillo as a place for tech-oriented development. The proposed changes are in alignment with that plan, creating space for development of research and development. The changes would open the door for development of a underutilized and vacant site. So the recommended action is that the council adopt a resolution approving the addendum to the subsequent environmental impact report, authorize the city manager to execute and record a termination of the agreement that was done back in 2016, and the first amendment to that agreement, requiring the reversion. adopting a resolution to approve a general plan amendment to change the land use element designation from general commercial to industrial. Adopt a resolution approving an amendment to the Airport North specific plan so that it's in alignment with the general plan amendment, and adopt an ordinance approving a zone change so that the zoning is also in alignment with the general plan. And that is my presentation.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Mr. Kildee?
Yes, thank you, Paul. So when the applicant goes through this process, is it fair to say that potentially there can be a market for this project now? And I ask that question because it was one designation for several years, and, you know, we had some interest in it, but not really significant amounts. Is there a potential that if we do, this does go forward, that actually the markets will and/or open up, or there'll be some new markets with this designation that could be created?
Yeah, so the applicant has actually done an evaluation of the market in the area, and they've actually determined that the commercial aspect of this project as it is now is kind of gone away because of a lot of changes through COVID and Amazon and those sort of things. There's not a lot less demand for brick and mortar stores, but there is a stronger now demand for industrial uses, so they did evaluate that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? What's the will? Discussion?
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Oh, this is a public hearing. Yeah, hang on. This is a public hearing.
Sorry about that.
So we're going to hold on that motion, and I'm going to open the public hearing. Would anybody like to be heard on this?
There's Mr. Hargrave.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Dennis Hardgrave, applicant representative. And just here tonight, obviously, action has been in the works for some time. And we've not only had a GPA referral, we had another session where we discussed it. So much like when we were at the Planning Commission, the question came up, why are we talking about this again? It's really because the CEQA process that was required to make sure that it was covered accurately is done, and the zone change and the reversion take place. Obviously, the agreement has expired long ago that was in place with the prior owner. And as this is procedural, as staff's mentioned, there's been substantial shift in the retail market. Councilmember Kildee, to answer your question, there is a demand for the types of uses that would be allowed under the specific plan, and a project will be formulated in the future that will address those needs, and this action is necessary so that the property owner can move forward with something on the property with potential developers. It does meet city economic development goals that we all worked long and hard on in those workshop sessions at the library and at the as well. And we do concur with both the CEQA findings, the staff recommendations, and the revisions that were made to the documents that are before you tonight for execution with the property owner, and they fully support it. I'm here for any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions for him? Thank you. Would anybody else like to be heard on this? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. And now,
Madam Mayor, with apologies for jumping the gun, I'll go ahead and move the staff recommendation, noting, too, that I think this is consistent with our city's economic development strategic plan.
Second.
any further discussion? Without none, please vote. And that passes unanimously. That brings us down to our second public hearing, item R, which is zoning ordinance for home occupation. George Winkler is going to give us a report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Honorable Council. We do have a PowerPoint. Great. So tonight, staff is recommending an amendment to Camarillo Municipal Code, Chapter 19.65 for home office-based businesses. Our Chapter 19.65, it establishes regulations to determine if the business activity occurring in a residential structure is appropriate. It also provides the required procedures for issuing a home occupation permit. So why amend this chapter? So it was last updated in 1990, and that's prior to AOL becoming a household name. So it's definitely something that we need to do. In the current business environment, we could do business on our cell phones, on laptops, other devices such as that. So we currently have about 1,000 home occupation permits in the city of Camarillo. We also get about 120 applications per year. But what we are bound by is the code, and currently it states that the director will cause an inspection of the premises, which means our code compliance has to go out to the household and make sure that it's compliant for a business to operate. So we found that for exclusively home-based businesses or office-based businesses, that this is just an unnecessary practice. So our amendments that we're proposing remove that mandatory code compliance inspection. We're just changing that word from will cause to may cause, so that we still hold that right to inspect higher intensity uses at households. We're also increasing equity by removing property owner permission in apartment uses for office-based home occupations. Our neighbors currently do not do this procedure, so Moore Park, Oxnard, Thousand Oaks, Ventura. Their procedure is currently zoning approval and then permit issuance. And they issue the code with that permit, and if they are bound, or if they're not operating within the code, they revoke the permit. So we'll be coming into alignment with that with this amendment. It's also consistent with our economic development strategic plan. Business services like legal, accounting, and others are great home-based businesses, and they are high-wage businesses, so we want to support that. It's also a business-friendly change, so instead of going into a residence and inspecting that property, we're trusting them. We'll create a self-attestation procedure in the permit, and if someone says they're home-based office, we'll believe them and move forward with that. So it also increases our staff efficiency. So currently we spend about 95 minutes per permit. This permit, when implemented with our OpenGov platform, will reduce it down to 15 minutes per permit. So that saves about 4 weeks per staff time per year. So a lot more focus can be spent on higher needs. So our recommendation is to introduce an ordinance of the City Council amending the Camarillo Municipal Code for home occupations. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Winkler. Do we have any questions? Dr. Martinez-Bravo.
Thank you. I just have one question, just to confirm. I do think it's important to be business-friendly and for the city to be forward-thinking in this way. In the event that there was a case, an application that came through where, you know, you maybe see some red flags and the city feels that they need to do an inspection, we still hold that authority even for this, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, thank you, George. If in fact this is approved, George, how do we follow up, or is there a mechanism to kind of follow up about what type of business that they are going to be conducting?
How will we follow up with businesses? We don't, but if there is a complaint at the residence, then we would inspect that. And if there is any issues, then we could issue a letter recommending correction. And if that doesn't occur, then we would revoke the permit at that residence.
But they do still come in and apply for the permit, and that is an opportunity, obviously, for us to see what type of business will be conducted in that.
Yeah, so as they apply, we'll ask what type of business it is, and if it is exclusively home-based, office-based business, then we kind of just know that. They also have to write their industry code, so we'll know if they're an accountant or an engineer, other things like that. So we'll still be able to detect what type of businesses are operating, and if there is something out of that realm, then we could go inspect that.
And I think you said we get, what is it, about 120 a year applicants for
Yes.
a home? Now, is that growing? Is that kind of relatively remained the same, or?
Yeah, over the past 3 years, it's been fairly consistent. We did stop going to homes during COVID, so there was a backlog of home occupation permits, but we're catching up with that. But this would allow us to stop about 80% of our inspections on those home occupations.
And we've been doing these inspections since, well, basically the early 90s, is that correct? Yeah. Yeah. How does that work? In other words, do we do all of them? Is there a percentage? Do we try to get as many as we can with the home inspections, or how does that typically, what's the process for that?
Yeah, currently, they apply for the home occupation permit, and then as part of that approval, code compliance officer has to go inspect the residence. And then after that, once it's approved, then they get their business tax certificate. So currently, the procedure as it stands, and with the municipal code, 100% of those home occupations get inspected. That doesn't mean that people don't come into City Hall and say, what's the process, and then they don't do the process. So in this regard, we would probably capture more permits per year because of the ease of doing business.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Any other questions? This is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing. Would anybody like to be heard on this, speak to the council? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing, bring it back to the council.
I'll start off. Okay. So I think this is something that we ought to do. And it's important to be known as a business-friendly city, which we always have been, and we are now as well. However, they still have to go down and apply for a permit here. The type of businesses that they want to start up will be vetted. There's still regulations, CCNRs and regulations that they do have to follow here. There still would be opportunities for us to follow up if there's any sort of issues that come to the forefront in here. So it has been, the expense of of visiting and looking exactly into a home and seeing what they're going to do, but that's only a very small snapshot of a total picture here. So to me, I think as we are now in 2023, I think it's important that we go forward with this proposal. We can always see how it works. If there's any problems that come up, we can always revisit this. So I would support this suggested action.
Was that a motion?
Yeah.
I will second. If it's a motion, I will
It can be.
second.
I'll move the approval of staff recommendation.
And I will second.
I think we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, please vote.
Okay, thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Okay. At this moment, 5 years ago yesterday, there was a tragedy at Borderline Bar, and we lost 12 lives. And so tonight, we're going to have a moment of silence. And I wanted to know if any of my fellow council members would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. This is something that is so relevant to each and every one of us, especially when it impacted our community and how deeply it was felt. So on this day, I know the anniversary was yesterday, but I personally continue to hold each and every of the families in my heart and my prayers. I know that it was a very difficult time for our community. It was followed by the fires as well. So I think it was a compilation of traumatic events. I also pray for the healing of so many victims and their families who are impacted by gun violence. Gun violence is a multifaceted issue, a public health issue, and it requires a multifaceted solution. And so I do have hope that for the sake of our children and our families, that we will find the right solution for our community. And on that, I hold all of the families. I know that Cody was one of the individuals who was from Camarillo. He was, my kids were in pony baseball when this happened, and it's just very, very traumatic. So just pray for everyone.
Thank you. Anybody else like to make a comment?
I'll make a comment. Yeah, it's hard to believe it's been 5 years. I've known the Kaufman family. My two daughters actually went to high school with the victim. And my hope and my prayer is that I'll live long enough to where America doesn't have to deal with this kind of situations, because America is a much greater country than that, and I'll go to my ultimate destination believing that. So my prayers are to the family. They'll never be forgotten, and they made a difference, and they'll continue to make a difference.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Sergeant Ron Helis was a member of my gym and one of the most caring and kind people that you can imagine. So I think a moment of silence for him and for all of the victims of borderline is most appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, and so at this moment, we'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you for honoring their lives. Okay, at this moment, we are going to recess, and we will be back at 6 o'clock for public comment. I'd like to reconvene this meeting of the Camarillo City Council. We have a lot of people in this room, so if you could try to keep the volume down so that we can hear everything, that would be great. Okay, now is the time for general public comments for items not on the agenda. Would anybody like to address the council at this time for items not on the agenda? Okay, you can come forward. Please state your name. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm Lauren De La Torre, and I do have a speaker sheet that I filled out, and it just put a question mark for the off the agenda. But good evening. My name is Lauren De La Torre. I have been a resident living on Oak Street in Old Town Camarillo since March 1988. At that time, and until just the past few years, the only type of air traffic over my home was small aviation planes. For many years, and we still do find them charming flying over our houses, the small aviation. This has greatly changed in the last 4 or 5 years. Now the most prominent aircraft flying over my home are private and chartered jets. This type of traffic is for someone's profit, not for the country. It is never charming to have jets fly over my home. I taught school here in the Pleasant Valley School District, and I am now retired after 30 years of teaching schools in Mission Oaks. The schools in Mission Oaks are on the approach path for our military bases. While teaching, I often would have to stop my instruction to my students when jets would pass over the school on their way to the bases. I never thought back then that I would have to find the need to stop all my activity in my own home when frequent private and chartered jets fly low over my home. I'm now stopping my life for private jets to fly over my house, not military jets to fly over my school. As City Council members, I'm hoping you are already engaged and aware of the situation your residents are living in and how their quality of life has degraded greatly over the last few years. If you are not aware of how awful the situation is in Old Town and other areas of our city, please become engaged and attend a Camarillo Airport meeting. We need those who represent us to be involved. We ask that if you are on our city council, come to the public meetings for the Part 150 noise study and the airport layout plan, and hear what is being said by those who put you in office. There is a meeting this coming next Tuesday, November the 14th, 2023. It's from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Camarillo Library on Las Posas. I will be there, along with many other Camarillo citizens who are concerned with how Camarillo Airport has become a private charter jet airport in such a short time. Thank you, and I hope to see you all next Tuesday, November 14th, remember, at the Camarillo Library at 5:30 to 7:30. And thank you for giving me the time to speak to you today. I'm Lauren De La Torre, an Old Town resident for over 35 years. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have speaker cards for non-agenda items now. I think I figured them out. So Renee Hatcher?
Good evening. My name's Renee Hatcher. I'm a resident of Old Town Camarillo, and I'd like to speak to you tonight about the Camarillo Airport, specifically the noise concerns of the residents in the flight path. I've lived in Old Town since 2005, and yes, I was aware there was an airport nearby when I moved in. That is something people regularly say to me when I comment about noise. The airport was a good neighbor until the increase in jet traffic. Now that the county has developed these large charter jet operations and is marketing to this type of traffic, we've seen a significant change in our lives. The noise of the jets coming in over our neighborhood is at dangerous levels. The county is currently conducting a noise study, which we greatly appreciate, with the hope that the FAA will take the results of that study and make changes to the flight path. As part of that study, they placed measuring stations to collect noise data throughout our neighborhood. Their own studies showed that there were instances of 80 to 90 and even greater decibels between 20 and 90 times a day. The CDC states that noise over 70 decibels can damage your hearing. Noise over 90 decibels can cause immediate damage. We have noise of this level happening daily over our homes, parks, schools, and churches. You can easily check online to see the flight data, and you can see online incoming traffic at times is barely a few minutes apart. It's jet after jet after jet coming over us. Even being inside isn't enough to protect against noise levels. I've purchased a calibrated decibel reader, and there are times it goes off at over 80 decibels inside my home when a jet passes over. I have upgraded windows and insulation on my home as well. So normal activity, such as doing gardening or taking your children to the park, subjects us all to dangerous levels of noise. It's painful at times for me to sit on my deck outside without ear covering. The jets also come in at night. This wakes up my entire household, 1 and 2 in the morning. This traffic and this noise keeps increasing because the county is marketing to these type of jet operators, and that's where we need your help. The noise study...
You still have a minute.
I'm sorry?
got
You still have a
59
minute.
seconds.
The noise study includes a forecast that air traffic will increase to another 1,200 planes per month. This is not a safe or healthy situation for the residents of Camarillo and not what we want in our community. We ask you to consider our lives and our health when you look at further development and growth of the airport. Many of these charter jets are servicing people who are not residents of the city or the county. The residents in the flight path do vote. And we hope that you recognize that our needs for safety and quiet enjoyment of our homes far outweighs the wish of the airport to increase profits or the desire of the wealthy and famous to make our airport their new playground. I encourage all Camarillo residents to get engaged. We have a sign-up list that if you want to come to me or anybody else who's speaking tonight, we have an email list that we can keep you informed of future meetings and updates on the airport. I want to thank you all for listening to me tonight.
Thank you. Cindy Dow?
Good evening. So, in the Acorn this weekend, the city's sustainable future, the goal by 2045, carbon neutrality, and what the city has the most control over is per the article on November 4th, Camarillo Acorn. As our elected council members, I'm asking you, do you hear us? Do you see us? We live this every day. And I just want you to know what is coming out of those jets that fly over our homes. We live in Old Town Camarillo. We live in Camarillo. Whether you're in the estates or whether you're in the Village Commons, we love to be outside. And it's gotten to where we have our family members come visit. And you sit outside and it's like, just a minute, as a jet flies over. So I'm just asking, do you hear us? Are you listening? We don't want it. We don't want the expansion, or it's already here. So what we're asking you, help with this. We just feel like nobody's listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Freitas.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Keith Freitas, Director of Airports, Ventura County. I just want to give a quick update. I knew that some of the community members would come in tonight, and I guess I would start by saying we do, and we are hearing. If you remember when I first came, probably a year and a half ago, we talked about knowing about these noise concerns with our neighbors, and that's why we dove into the Part 150 noise study that we're undertaking right now. And as the community members mentioned, we're about halfway through that. We've got through the first part, which is the noise contours, and now we get to, quite frankly, the most important part, which are the mitigation measures, the things we, the county, are going to do to help mitigate some of these noise issues. We're a transportation system, much like a highway. You know, we're not going out there to market and bring more airplanes in or any of that stuff. It's just what is happening as a community grows. So we just have to plan for that, to adjust. But that's part of what we're doing in the mitigation measure. What things can we do, working with the pilots, the flight schools, the businesses on the airport to be better neighbors. So we're hearing that. We're hoping, I'm hoping that council mayor will invite me back maybe next year and we give an update as we're progressing to that Part 150. So I just wanted to say we are hearing. That's why we're doing what we're doing with the noise study, Community involvement has been great so far. Many of the community members that have spoken tonight have been a part of that, and we appreciate that. And same with the partnership with the city council. So we do appreciate that from the city. City staff has been fabulous in working with us as well on these very complex issues. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for being here tonight. Okay, any other comments for non-agenda items? Okay. We're going to move on to item S, which is the triennial review of referral for Newey Camarillo. If you'll all recall, we continued the meeting from October 25th. And so whoever had an opportunity to speak at that meeting will not be able to speak tonight. I do have speaker cards for people who were not here at the October 25th meeting who will speak tonight. And I'm just going to call names in the order that I've received the cards. I am going to go over the ground rules a little bit. We have a full house, so remember that we want to be able to hear everybody, and when you're talking or if there's applause, we can't hear, so we just ask that you be quiet and respect each speaker. You have 3 minutes each. I am going to keep you to 3 minutes. We have a big stack of cards here. No yielding time to others. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name when you come up, and as you see, when the clock gets down to 2 minutes, it turns yellow, but you can keep going. Okay? All right, we're going to start with Milton Dorsey. And next will be Merrill Burge. I couldn't read it.
My name is Milton Dorsey. I live in Camarillo Springs. We're going to hear a lot tonight after me, but I want to recap how this whole process began about 6 years ago. Ron Richards from Beverly Hills bought the golf course. I had no idea it was even sold. And he tapped New Urban West to develop it. So they had this party, and we're showing all these slides about how they're going to build 250 homes, cut the golf course down, and they're going to put a great restaurant in and all this other stuff of cheap food, you know, great quality, all these improvements. But cutting the golf course doesn't sit well. And so we came a little pushback with him, and when we said we don't really like it, he threatened to destroy the golf course, put a fence around it, let it go fallow. It's a bullying tactic. I don't like it. Some fat cat has lots of money, but not enough to build the golf course and then build the homes, but at our expense, destroy the whole golf course if we don't let him build homes. I don't like it. You can't make nice with a bully. We have a lot of people here who said that we can. They were going to say, well, let's work with him. You can't work with a bully. Let's see what he can do for us. We'll be part of the process. I don't like it. I don't want to be part of the process. I want it to not happen. Keep the golf course. Forget the homes. There's too many people here already. The traffic's going to be horrible. It's very upsetting. We retired here, so it'd be nice and quiet, and it's been beautiful. Not so much more. I mean, they're going to have 500 more vehicles at least. We're asking you to stand up for us. I'm asking you, for us, the homeowners. I say shame on Ron Richards for bullying old people. That's what he does. He goes to retirement homes, bullies them, builds homes, lines his pockets. I'm asking you to stand up for us. Just say no to him, to New Urban West. I say shame on him, and I'm asking you, and in fact, with all due respect, I say shame on you if you don't kill this project for us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Merrill Burge and Steve Muir will be next. Merrill's not here? Okay. Steve Muir?
Good evening. My name is Stephen Muir. I'm a California licensed professional geologist and geophysicist. I'm also a certified engineering geologist. I have over 45 years of professional experience in geological and geophysical investigations, almost all of which was here in California. I have provided professional geological and geophysical services concerning the Camarillo Springs golf course and the proposed redevelopment area since 2018. I've been asked to provide a summary of the work I have conducted and to address some of the comments made at the previous City Council meeting that took place here in October. I appreciate the opportunity to make the following statements. As a summary, the abandoned Camarillo oil field is located beneath a portion of the Camarillo Springs golf course that is proposed for redevelopment and is believed to not pose a significant concern for human health or the environment based on information collected from our investigations. Improvements already made at the Camarillo Springs Golf Course and others currently underway and almost complete, along with the regulatory agency requirements for future environmental investigative work, are already in place and will ensure that oil will not become a concern for the proposed redevelopment in the future. I have 5 statements here. I don't think I'll make it all the way, but the first statement I have is the proposed redevelopment area of the golf course is almost entirely located to the west of the oil-producing area of the former and now abandoned Camarillo oil field. An extensive effort reviewed old oil and gas records, historical aerial photographs, available surface and subsurface geologic maps. In addition, multiple detailed geophysical surveys were conducted. With one exception, no oil and gas wells were found to be present within the limits of the proposed redevelopment area. The one former oil-producing well that we did find is planned to be reabandoned to current regulatory agency standards. The proposed redevelopment area of the Pond 7 area was also tested for surface ambient air concentrations for methane, hydrogen sulfide, and volatile organic compounds. We didn't find any of those gases. Statement 3. The Environmental Impact Report, EIR, for the proposed redevelopment area specifically requires additional environmental assessment investigative work to be conducted prior to construction. Statement 4. Pond 7 at the golf course has now been backfilled as of this afternoon in accordance with the work plan approved by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and City of Camarillo.
Thank you for your comments. Sarah Sudani, and then Trevor Zierhut.
Good evening. Sarah Sudani. I live at 145 La Crescenta in Camarillo. Hello, Councilman Kildee. How are you?
Doing fine.
I'm here tonight because I wanted to speak up in favor of this project. Pew Research shows that California has the highest cost of living in the country because of mandated fees, construction delays, excessive permits, high land costs, carrying costs, and very high home prices. And this is an issue for me in particular because I've lived here for over 55 years in this county and specifically in this city. And I've raised 3 kids, and they're all college-age kids, and they're all graduated, and none of them can afford a home. And that's a problem for me because they've got to come up with close to $180,000 for a down payment. Meanwhile, they're in apartments, and they can barely afford those rents. And part of it is because they have jobs like working for people like all of you. One of them is a legislative assistant for a county supervisor. So I wanted to get out here and just speak on behalf of the fact that we need more homes. We need more homes everywhere, and we need more homes in Camarillo. And when I come to these hearings, and I don't come a lot, but when I do, it's typically filled with people who live right next door to a project, and I get that, and I appreciate their passion. But they do not represent all of us in Camarillo, and we need homes for all age groups. You build a beautiful project like this, and you're going to take people that will move into it, and it'll free up homes for other people. like my children. So I have some other comments here that I was going to make about the builder, and I will say I have known New Urban West for many years because I am in the title industry, so they're a well-known builder. I haven't worked with them in probably 10 years, but they're a great group of people, and they do a great job. They build high-quality homes, and they have high integrity. So I don't know the landowner for this particular property, but I do know New Urban West, and I know the principals, and I know the kind of home that they build, which are high-quality homes. We're seeing a big influx of affordable housing all over the country. That's what's moving right now, and in particular in California and in Ventura County. We're going to see a lot more of it. So people want a high-quality home, and they want a home for people of a specific age group. I say these are the kinds of homes that you need to approve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Trevor Zierhut, and then will be Mark Krebs.
Good evening, Mayor Santangelo and council members. My name is Trevor Zierhut. I'm here to speak in support of the issue to this evening. So we're lucky to have had leaders in the past who made tough, sometimes unpopular decisions, like in the early 90s, allowing the house where I grew up to be built over on Mission Oaks and Adolfo, or in just the past 20 years, where much of Councilmember Bravo's district was built from scratch, including your own neighborhood. Those both faced stiff opposition. We should be glad that that opposition failed. Camarillo needs their city to do what's best and support good, desperately needed housing projects like this one. We can't afford to have some hypothetical perfect project be the enemy of the good when the situation is so dire. I was lucky and glad to see the majority of you at both the State of the Region and State of the County presentations last week. At the State of the Region, we all learned the stats. The Ventura County has an abysmal housing affordability index, which makes sense when Camarillo's median home price was $800,000 last year. And incomes, adjusted for inflation, are below where they were during the Great Recession, meaning only 17% of households had an adequate income to afford the county's median home, down from 50% in 2012. This crisis hits renters too, with the average apartment in Camarillo costing $2,600 a month. Remember State of the County, with its focus on progress, and where we heard from CEO Johnson, telling us about how the county has worked to adapt standards to work with industry to meet the needs of the community rather than standing in its way. You've received letters in support of this project from the Laborers Union, from Haas Automation, one of the largest employers of Camarillo residents, and from CoLab, the county's most respected land use advocates. I hope you'll consider that input, as well as what we learned last week at those presentations, and from this expert today, and from another one we'll be hearing shortly. Now, I know you face challenges in the form of naysayers who all want their house to be the last one ever built in the community. They all want to be the last new person to move into the area, then have the door permanently shut behind them. But there's also the less visible, more insidious example of the never build anything ever sentiment. It's the legacy of decades of unreasonable standards and overly restrictive policies, having nothing to do with reality, but becoming codified, and adapted as bureaucratic norms. It's the type of accepted standard that says it's got to be a spillway or nothing, regardless of how good the alternatives are. Our cities need to see their roles not just as regulators, but as facilitators. The city should be working with applicants to get to a yes, rather than looking for an excuse to say no. If, as some assert, this plan truly isn't sound, then let's let the city's standard processes determine that like it's supposed to. Please send this item through today so it can be decided on the merits of engineering and science, hard science, not politics. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Krebs, and then Ron Kester.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mark Krebs. I'm a California registered professional engineer. We've been involved in designing the flood control aspects of this project since 2018. PACE, I'm president of PACE. We're a roughly 90-person engineering water resource firm, multiple professionals teaching in the industry, 5 PhDs on our staff. We are focused on water resources. We have on-call contracts with Ventura County, Riverside County, San Bernardino, Orange County, LA County. We sit on boards with them. This is work we do daily, and I'm here to talk about the flood control for the project. and happy to answer any questions that may come up throughout the evening. I'll be here as long as the meeting goes. This project has gone through a rigorous, like all flood control projects do, but gone through a very rigorous procedure following both city, county, and federal standards. The FEMA review process, the county review process has been very thorough. The project has multiple redundancies built in to the flood control system, and the 153 properties that are currently in the floodplain can be removed from the floodplain with this project. And I really feel like even if you just put the development aside, the design for the flood control system would be the same as what is being proposed now. And the design and the thoroughness that the city has gone through, the review, there's multiple redundant systems in place, including you have 3 different watersheds here. You have the actual Conejo Creek, which is 75 square miles of watershed. That's really where all the floodplain comes from. You have another 1.5 square miles from Camarillo Springs watershed, and then you have 0.2 square miles, a very small area that's the local watershed that drains into the golf course. And there's flood control design for each one of those watersheds, each one of those areas, and the protection is multiple, the protection is thorough, and the design is very standard of the industry and above the standard of the industry, because we continue to use the historic rainfall, which most flood control systems are designed for 100-year, and they're evaluated for 500-year. In larger cases, this project uses above the 1,000-year event. So it's a very, very high degree of flood protection that's being provided. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ron Kester, and then Gary Lewis.
Hi, Madam Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Ron Kester. I'm a Camarillo Springs resident and co-chair of the advisory committee. The advisory committee was founded on and driven by the desire to provide timely and accurate information so that everyone has the information that they can make an informed decision upon. This is what we're all about, presenting facts, making sure all voices are heard, and figuring out the best way to save Camarillo Springs Golf and benefit our community. This started back in 2017. I'd like to go over a little the genealogy and genesis of the plan that you're evaluating. Started back in 2017 when we presented a collaborative plan for the redevelopment, okay, here in this council meeting. It was and is a plan developed to address the preferences and issues of the Camarillo Springs community. It grew out of a series of Camarillo Springs community meetings regarding the golf course development. Between January and September of 2017, the advisory committee sponsored 28 community meetings attended by over 900 Camarillo Springs residents. The meetings included, and I'll read from the presentation from then. In May, we had 11 workshops over 3 days to develop a framework for redevelopment. In June, we had 4 open houses over 2 days to review and refine the concept plans that came out of those workshops. In August, we had 9 open houses over 2 days to present further refinements of the plans based upon feedback. And in September, we had 4 open houses with all area HOAs to review the concept plans. Coming out of all of that iterative process and the collaboration between the community and the developer was what was presented to the City Council as the plan. It is the plan that is before you today. We have in the past, Council, presented over 450 signed support cards, petitions from golfers signed by over 700 users of the course, and had over 1,000 comments come through our website. Okay. The New Urban West and GAH Group does have a plan, and it serves the city, Camarillo Springs residents, seniors looking for more affordable housing, and the golf community very well. Without the proposed project, and this is not a threat, this is a reality. Without the proposed project, the golf course will be closed. It is not sustainable. It is not profitable. It is not viable. It is in extremely poor repair that the National Golf Foundation report pointed out. Flooding will continue. Home values will fall because of the course being closed, and we will lose a recreational icon of the city of Camarillo. Give the project the full, transparent, and open evaluation process that it deserves, and other projects have always had, and that the Camarillo Springs community deserves, and that the developer deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Lewis. And then will be Bobby Heath.
Evening. Give me a second.
Make sure you pull the mic down, too.
Here somewhere. How's that?
Perfect.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name's Gary Lewis. I'm a longtime resident of Camarillo and a 50-year veteran of the golf industry. I've been involved for a little over 6 years hoping to save golf at Camarillo Springs. During this time, we've worked closely with New Urban West, the advisory board, and many golf industry professionals to create a very good market-driven golf course renovation plan. This plan calls for the reinvigorating of the once proud yet now completely run-down course into a viable golf amenity that can, once again, be the pride of the city. This effort is vital as the golf course and clubhouse in their current condition are in no way sustainable, as confirmed by all the independent experts that have studied these issues. I don't live in Camarillo Springs, but I have many friends who do, and my primary reason for trying to save golf was to help preserve the home values of the existing residents. A golf course community is just better when there's a golf course included. Truth is, if the golf course were to close permanently, home values would suffer. Understanding the importance of this potentially pivotal meeting tonight, I just think it's important I reiterate that which I stated in my last address to this council. You've been bombarded with claims and information regarding the pros and cons of this project. This information is intended to influence and sway your thinking and your decision-making. One side's comments are based mostly on emotion, subjectivity, half-truths, and innuendo, with no visible support from experts. The other side has based all its comments on findings from proven reports and studies developed by experienced industry professionals, truly some of the best in the business. Your NGF and Nadelson reports verify the majority of their findings and comments. If this decision were based solely on the facts, the outcome would be obvious. Its facts clearly support this project. To that end, I encourage you to take the time to get to know all the facts, get to understand the true value and benefits of this plan in forming your opinions, as only one decision will be in the best long-term interest of the community. Further, I strongly believe that this project and our community deserve a full, fair, and prompt review process beyond tonight's meeting. Has there ever been a project stopped at the triennial review, after so much time and effort? Why would you even consider such an action on a project that's so good for the community? I wish you discernment and wisdom as you ponder. Thanks again for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Bobby Heath, and then we'll be, I think I had 2 cards.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Bobby Heath. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Western Golf Properties, the management company for the ownership of Camarillo Springs Golf Course. Our company's been around since 1985, been located in Orange County since 2003. I'm a 40-year member of the PGA of America, and we have, our company has managed or consulted on probably 120 properties in its history, 40 of those right here in California. As it happens, before I started with this company, my first project was Wood Ranch Golf Club in Simi Valley, California. And I knew of Camarillo Springs because it was the first golf course that I played a tournament in when I moved to California 40 years ago. So I know what the golf course was, and then I was excited for the opportunity to manage it 6 years ago, and when I laid my eyes on it, I could not believe what it had become. I think the main reason I'm here tonight is just to shed light on the fact that the viability, the way it stands, is impossible. It's impossible without a housing component. I will tell you this, we've run it for 6 years, and we've lost money for 6 straight years. I can tell you that the dollar amount in your reports, I believe it's $6.8 million for repair of the infrastructure that's there, is woefully low. The golf course, one of the interesting things about COVID is when COVID came along, golf did tick up in California. Along with golf ticking up in California, so did our cost to operate a golf course. So do our challenges with water. So do our challenges with materials. Construction costs right now in golf course operations is higher than it's ever been. My point is this. I don't think it's viable in any size, shape, or form to expect golf to just stay the way it is. No owner is going to come in and take over an asset and say, let me just operate it the way it is so I can lose money every year. It won't happen. The capital expenditures necessary right now require a land partner to go along with you. Our hope, both sides' hope, it seems to me like, is that we retain golf. The question is how do you retain golf? I believe the plan that we've worked on for the last 6 years, and putting that plan in place will sustain golf and give a quality living environment for those in that community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Michael Stedman, and then Jerry Wilson.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm a resident in Camarillo Springs, and my wife and I own a home there, and we love living there. It's a beautiful place. Just in the last week, amongst other animals, I've got to see deer, chipmunks, woodpeckers, and the other day we even got to see a rattlesnake crossing the street near our home. So, urging that you would move the project forward. It keeps alive the hope of bringing vitality and needed TLC to Camarillo Springs. Urge the council to embrace the fact-based mitigations and plans proposed that can bring an improved community to Camarillo Springs. Appreciate your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Jerry Wilson, and then will be Ted Elliott.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jerry Wilson. I'm a homeowner in Camarillo Springs with a golf course view. I'm currently a member of the men's club with over 50 members, and we play every Monday of the year. I would like to talk a little bit about the current condition of the golf course. The golf course is 50 years old and is truly worn out. The concrete cart paths are cracked and broken. The driving range protective screens are destroyed. The restrooms are embarrassing. There are water leaks on the fairway every time we play, and the wooden bridges crossing 15 and 17 holes are dry rotted and ready to collapse. Several local high schools in the area participated at Camarillo Springs for golf team practice, both for men and women students. It's a perfect time to get a new start, a new state-of-the-art golf course. I support the new Urban West project with open arms. Keep in mind, if the new golf course project doesn't move forward, the golf course will be closed, like the owner did in Palm Desert and San Diego, and there are no other investors. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Ted Elliott, and then Mike Mishler.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ted Elliott, and I have lived in the Springs for the last 25 years. After listening to all of the vote no people at the last board meeting, I have a solution that will appeal to everyone. Have the city purchase the golf course. Based on figures quoted last meeting by one of the no presenters, the golf course makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and would be a great purchase for the city and the citizens of Camarillo. Now let's get serious. The city is not going to purchase the golf course. The course is in horrible condition. The truth is that it cannot be run as a profitable business under its current condition. Major upkeep has been ignored for many years. You cannot force someone to continue to run a business that loses money. It is nothing like it was 20 years ago when I moved here. At that time, the golf course was well managed and enjoyed many golfers, even drawing from many from the San Fernando Valley. Professional golf consultants have estimated that it would take $6 to $8 million to bring the course up to date, in addition to building a new golf shop and restaurant. Given the conditions of the existing buildings, I'm surprised they're still standing. The current owner did not purchase the property to run as a golf course. In fact, he has stated that if the proposed project is not approved, the course will be closed. The council has an opportunity to approve not only additional housing for the city, but to add a Class A golf facility that will draw many recreational enthusiasts to the city. Except for the soccer fields and a couple of baseball diamonds, there are no recreational facilities in the eastern part of the city. If this course is closed, it would be a huge loss for not only Camarillo Springs, but for the city in general. I personally know of avid golfers who no longer play golf at the Springs due to its condition and either drive to the valley or to the city of Ventura to play golf. I fully understand the concerns of those opposed to any change and that they may want the current 18-hole golf course to stay as is. Change is not good for many of us, but we have to be realistic, because without change, everyone will lose in the long run. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Mike Mishler, and then Glenn Becerra.
Hi, good evening again. I've been here several times before, of course. You all know me, Mike Mishler. I'm from Mission Oaks. I'm a geologist. Nice to see another geologist here who's been around almost as long as I have doing geology. This is a fraud project, and I'm going to go down a quick overview list. In fact, it removes 31 acres from existing open space that's heavily used already. It creates an embankment that is at least 12 feet high in some locations that's going to impound water behind it with a potential volume of over 50 acre feet. So it's really a dam with houses built on top of it. And in fact, if you look at the state standards for dams, it meets the state standards for regulated dams because it's over 6 feet high with over 50 acre feet of impoundment behind it for water. And what are those houses on the top of the dam relying on? They're relying on unreliable flap gates. And the hydrology expert who came in here and talked to you about a year ago or more stated point blank, no housing project in California relies on flap gates because they're not reliable. And there's no emergency overflow spillway. I mean, all our little detention ponds here in Camarillo, all built the last couple of decades, all have little spillways for emergency. And this one here is not going to have any. In fact, it also blocks the view from many existing homeowners down through there because this new building pad is going to be higher than what their houses are, their existing homes are. And as stated in your own final environmental impact report, it does not guarantee flood protection to the existing homes. That's another fact. And it's requiring, I almost laugh when I read this or hear about it. The HOA is supposed to not only run a public park with a natural oil spring, seeps, but it's also supposed to maintain and operate this complex drainage system and everything else, on top of everything else it's supposed to do. This project does not provide any community benefit. I was for Pardee when they're building Mission Oaks, Village at the Park. I was for a lot of developments. I've been here before, pro-development for a lot of things. I was against Pardee when they were going to build down in the Caligas Creek down south of the Upland Road and put in a cement channel and take away all that open space. And talking about open space, if this is so good of an idea, why don't we convert all our golf courses to development? I mean, that's basically what they're talking about. Just take all our 18-hole golf courses, make them all 12-hole golf courses. I mean, that's basically what they're saying, which is, in my view, a flawed concept. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Glenn Becerra, and then Cheryl Novak. And as a reminder, please no applaud between and after speakers. Thank you.
I think you have to put on readers for the first time in my life. Just had cataract surgery, so by one of your local doctors, Dr. Reagan, who did a great job. So I'm a big fan here of your city. Good morning, Mayor Santangelo and members of the City Council. My name is Glenn Becerra. I'm a former City Council member in the City of Simi Valley, and I know the pressure and responsibilities of weighing decisions like the one before you tonight. My family has called Simi Valley and Ventura County home for 100 years this year, and I've faced neighbors and friends after difficult decisions. I hope your decision tonight to let New Urban West continue to process the greens at Camarillo Springs is not difficult given the facts and the community support. Over my career, I've had the opportunity to work with many developers, including New Urban West. As I mentioned, I served for 20 years in the City of Simi Valley. I worked with some great developers, including Shea, who built the Groves, where my in-laws live, just over here at the seminary. New Urban West rose above the rest during my 20 years on the City Council because their partnership and collaboration on projects in my community called Long Canyon and Wood Ranch were above all the rest. Long Canyon was a true partnership involving the city, the school district, and New Urban West. What stood out to me during the years of long entitlement process was that New Urban West always listened and they always delivered on every commitment they made, including enabling the school district to build a much-needed elementary school with proceeds from the land sales. I know it's cliche to say that Long Canyon was a win-win, but it truly was, and the project is still considered one of our best developments today, with beautiful homes, trails, parks, and plenty of open space for residents and visitors alike. It's my hope that being here tonight gives you some confidence that New Urban West is a credible developer and, more importantly, a great partner that delivers on its promises. Their proposed Greens project is beautiful. It delivers on desperately needed senior housing, a new golf course, and it will bring amenities that the community desperately wants, like a new golf course clubhouse, restaurants and bar, as well as community gathering spaces, trails, and open space. I know this because I've helped my in-laws move into their beautiful home in the Groves community, built by, again, a great developer, Shea Homes. My in-laws lived in Mission Oaks in a big two-story home. They're 90 years old now and couldn't live in a two-story house. And so they moved up to the Groves. So that idea of selling a big house to a family so that they can move into a senior development does happen. They have one car, not two. All of the technical reports are done. You have an economic study and a golf study, and all of those documents say that this development will only improve the existing condition and be a benefit to the community. I know flooding is a concern, but your EIR says that the flood system is safe and proposes and works in all 5 extreme scenarios evaluated. And it's even been blessed by FEMA and Ventura County. Those are very high hurdles to clear. And I'll end my comments there.
Thank you for your comments. Cheryl Novak, and then Keith Roberts.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Novak. Am I talking too loud?
No, pull it close.
Close to you.
Oh, I'm not talking loud enough. Oh, like this?
That'll work.
Get close to it.
Get real close to it.
What am I doing wrong?
You're fine.
I don't know. Okay, is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I was afraid I would be talking too loud. Well, anyway, so start the clock now. My name is Cheryl Novak, In the past, I have sent emails and have stood before you at prior council meetings in support of the new golf course. However, after recently doing my own due diligence, I learned that all the statements made to me and others about the new and improved golf course have been blatant lies. I was able to see the first few layouts for the golf course, and I was in favor of the plans and the fact that our homes would still have views, and also the fact that our homes would go up in value. I was duped. The latest plans indicate that there will be no golf course or golf course views from our homes in the mobile home park. In fact, below my home, there will not be a beautiful golf course, but instead there will be a planned recreation center with pickleball, a pool, and other amenities. We will not only lose our views, but will instead have to listen to very loud pickleball games, have blaring lights that you would see at Dodgers Stadium, listen to loud parties, and worst of all, the loss of the wildlife. To make matters worse, the recreation area will only be available to the new homeowners, and I believe that we will be treated as their uninvited stepchildren. We bought the land above the golf course 7 years ago and put a new home on the property because of the beautiful views and the sights and sounds of the wildlife. If the plans are approved, our entire reason for moving here will be over. If the plans are approved, the wildlife that we enjoy listening to and watching from our back porch and patio will cease to exist. I believe that our entire community will be severely impacted and not in a good way. I will not be anyone's stepchild. I beseech you to disapprove the so-called new and improved golf course. It is not for the good of the community, but only to line the pockets of the landowner and the liars he hired to get us to go along with the project. Thank you for listening. I just say it as I see it.
Thank you for your comments. Keith Roberts, and then Christine Roberts.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Keith Roberts, and I don't know how many of you traveled to Camarillo in the 1950s when it was a two-lane highway coming off the grade through parallel eucalyptus trees. I was here when I was 7. It was special then. It's special now. The Springs is where I live, halfway down Margarita Avenue. And when I got out here, I started working here in 1994. And I'm sorry I didn't buy then, but have been living in the Springs since 2012. I just don't know, and the reason for me being here right now is to let you know how special Camarillo Springs is. It's the jewel of your city. It's what will be gone if we approve this. And we'll all live long enough to regret it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Christine Roberts, and then Halcyon Hamill. Pull the mic down so we can hear you. There you go.
Christine Roberts. I live at 33 Margarita, right on the golf course. I spent some time the other day researching the history of Camarillo Springs, and interestingly, in 1986, in one of the developments, Chumash artifacts were found, and all construction was halted. It was unearthed bowls, obsidian rock pieces, no actual human remains. Chances are, once we start digging deeply into this field, chances of remains are very, very high being found. How long will construction be stopped? Could be indefinitely for Indian councils, archaeologists all over the world coming and digging and looking. It'd be fascinating. It's going to be a wonderful thing for Camarillo to have this huge Indian archaeological dig happening. But nothing will be happening with this construction. It's something to foresee as a possibility. I respect people's love for golf. It's not my love, but I love living on this beautiful golf course. It's my understanding, though, if this is approved, that it's going to be 6 to 10 years before this project is completed. Well, that means everybody's talking about no jobs, how much they love their job, no jobs, no playing, how the kids love to come, the clubs. That's all going to go away for 6 to 10 years. No jobs at Camarillo Springs unless you're part of construction. So it's been illogical for me to think about all this love and wanting it when it's going to be gone for 6 to 10 years. The other thing is, people talk about affordable housing. Will these be affordable? I conjecture that they're going to come in, if they were to be bought now, at around $1 million. What are they going to be in 6 to 10 years? And all these houses that old people are supposed to move out of so kids can move into, once they're appraised, in the market now, these are going to be $1 million houses. They're not starter houses anymore. So I don't understand that logical point of view. Whenever I can, between golfers and sundown and the coyotes coming, I walk down to the ponds, and there is this tree there where egrets live. It's like a Japanese fairy tale to see just tonight, these beautiful, beautiful white birds. And it's going to be really, really horribly sad, because they're definitely not going to stay once that construction starts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Halcyon Hamel, and then Jacob Visk.
Hi, good evening. I'm Halcyon Hamel, and good evening to Madam Mayor and the City Council. Kudos to you for getting my name right, because that's a really tough one. Never happens. But anyway, I've been a resident here in Camarillo Springs for about 9 years, and it's been a truly wonderful and beautiful experience, and it's a truly wonderful and beautiful environment, place. It's very special. I think we all know that. There's a lot of promises made about how they're going to fill this in and fix that and do this and do that, and it'll all be better. But promises, promises. I'm all through with promises, promises now. There's a song there. There's no guarantees, but I did want to just say a couple of little things. One thing is, I consider that we got this oil field happening, and aren't we kind of like the La Brea Tar Pits North? Just a little, maybe just a little. But it's been that way for thousands of years, maybe millions. And now they're going to say, oh, we're going to fix it, and it won't be that way anymore. Well, maybe, maybe not. So I don't think that's a promise that really they can guarantee. And of course, they can't guarantee these things. But I want to make one more statement. I once heard from a very good source, an excellent source as a matter of fact, that in this particular project, there's very many moving parts. And when there's a lot of moving parts, there's a lot of things that can go wrong. And if things can go wrong, we know they will go wrong. So trying to avoid all of that. There's a lot of places to build in Camarillo, maybe not a lot, but this is probably one of the last on the list of places that you'd really want to disturb. So that would be what I would have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Jacob Visk, and then Jerry Schrum.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Jacob Lusk, and I'm the.
Sorry.
Can you hear me? And I'm the head golf professional and the director of instruction at Camarillo Springs Golf Course. I've lived in Ventura County, including Camarillo, my entire life. So, as the director of instruction at Camarillo Springs for the past 17 years, I've had the opportunity to give over 50,000 lessons. As I look around to both sides of the aisle, whether you're wearing red or green, I've had the opportunity to give some of you lessons, teach your kids, teach your grandkids. It's been an amazing opportunity. And if I haven't taught you already, come see me at Camarillo Springs. Happy to give you a golf lesson. And I've been very proud to serve the community. I love Camarillo Springs. I love the game of golf. It's opened up so many opportunities for me. And I know how much this golf course means to the community, how much I think we all can agree that we want the golf course to stay. However, the only way the course will be viable in the future is through investment. Maintaining status quo as it is not an option. It only prolongs the slow deterioration of the course. Anyone who's been to the course has seen that. In my professional opinion, I see this plan as the best path forward for the course and our community as a whole. And I just urge the council to give this plan a fair and complete review process. Please don't stop the progress today. This project deserves an opportunity to be thoroughly evaluated based on the facts and just get a full review. And I think I speak on behalf of everyone that works at Camarillo Springs. We all believe in this plan, and we all want you guys to keep reviewing the process and go from there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Jerry Schrum and then Gary Thrasher.
Honorable, excuse me, council members. My name is Jerry Schrum. I live here in Camarillo, and I wanted to make just a very few brief comments. I'm actually here to express my opposition to the proposed Cam Springs development, although there are many reasons both for and against it. I think that we have all seen how climate change is creating more volatile and extreme weather patterns. And this project intends to build on a floodplain that already has limited and somewhat inadequate emergency evacuation options. Between the threat of floods and wildlife, it seems like a really bad idea to add nearly 300 homes in this vulnerable basin. So I hope you will do the right thing and vote to terminate this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Gary Thrasher and then Mark Berlin.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, people of the board. My name's Gary Thrasher. I live at 68 Margarita, the last house on Margarita, one of the first or second houses to be flooded. Our flood insurance expired last month. We got new insurance that had a 600% increase. Not just me, but the other 70 people up the hill and around the corner. I'm guesstimating approximately 100 to 120 homes that sit and look at that golf course. It's beautiful. That's why we bought there. We had a nice home in Westlake on the lake. We sold. Wife was retiring. I asked her, I says, please don't go look at anything. You'll find something you like and we'll have to deal with 2 homes at once. The next day, she found the beautiful spot there in Camarillo. We went and looked at it, and there was nice egrets up in the trees. It was beautiful. How could you possibly say no? We'll be losing all that. I'm guessing there's other communities in the community that have the same circumstances. A group of people want it, a group of people don't want it, and you have to sit up there and do a very tough job and make a decision what's going to be very hard for you. You got to take the facts and the feelings and put them all together and come up with a conclusion. And I understand tonight is your night to make that choice. Is that correct? And if so, when does that statement come out and how does that work? I'd like to thank the people that come here that want the golf course, and I want to thank the people that oppose the golf course, because we don't know I don't know what's going on. I mean, this is my first experience with City Hall, and it's kind of nice listening to the opposing team and the for team and what they have to share. And we have a lot of feelings involved here, but we also have some facts. I mean, if you stand in the center of that golf course, you look to your left, you're looking towards Moore Park, and there's mountains in front of it. You look to your right, you're looking up towards Newbury Park. There's mountains up there. You look to your right, it's over on the west side, it goes down to the beach. It's like living in the middle of a fishbowl. Where's that water gonna go? If you take and build a 6 to 8 foot berm and put it down, you gotta let that dirt settle for a year or two or three or four. You can't just start building on it. You can't impact it enough. It's in a flood zone. Where are we supposed to go? You know, if you got 240 homes you start with, there's gonna be a lot of cars there. And for me to guesstimate, I'd say somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 to 500 cars. Well, I've been there during 2 of these fires that we've had to evacuate. It's a mess. It's hard to get out, and there's nowhere you can put a road in. You can't make it any better because there's nowhere to make it any better. So how do we get out in an emergency? What do? You add more to that, you're just adding to the problem. It's a beautiful place to live, and you talk about housing, the increase, you're not gonna find a house under $1 million. It just doesn't happen. Where are those young people gonna go? They're certainly not gonna go in ours. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mark Berlin, and then Cheryl Sims.
Good evening. My name is Mark Berlin. I also live on Margarita Avenue in Camarillo Springs. We moved there from West LA 3 years ago. We plan on retiring on that property, and so we hope to be there for quite a while. As a number of people have commented, we liked the area when we first moved there. After being there 3 years, it's really a gem, and it's just a great area to live, and we couldn't be happier with our choice. I'm an engineer by profession, not a geologist, but I am an engineer. I do research in artificial intelligence, so I consider myself generally a forward-looking sort of person. And initially, when we moved in there, we looked at the condition of the golf course, and the building project initially made sense. As we started to do a little bit of research and talk to some people, it became increasingly dubious that this was going to be a good decision for our community. And in particular, as a number of people have already commented, you don't have to be an expert in geology to understand that if you build a 8 to 10 foot platform and more water comes in, it's going to go somewhere. And that somewhere is going to be in our front yard and other people on Margarita who are particularly prone to the flood zone. I also talked, I'm not a mechanical engineer, but I have some physics background. I did talk to someone at the Metropolitan Water District about flap gates, and they just looked at me like, what? They did not consider that a viable solution for a project like this. And I just want to add, you know, as an engineer, we often have debates. You can have perfectly rational debates, which can sometimes get a little heated, and you can have it look like coherent facts from both sides, and a lot of times it might be very difficult to actually decide what the right way to go is. But overall, from our point of view, it looks like this is not a good decision for Camarillo Springs, and we are hoping that you oppose this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Cheryl Sims, and then Ken Walters.
Hi there. That was my husband. He took all my thunder, but that's that's what happens. All right. My name is Cheryl Sims. I'm also obviously a resident in Camarillo Springs. Like Mark said, we were looking for a place to retire. We did live in the West LA area and got very tired of going to Target with 5 million of our closest friends every time we would go to a store. We had looked at Ventura for a long time and finally decided on Camarillo Springs for a couple of reasons. One, it is beautiful. It's spectacular. Also, we were able to buy in the area. You know, we weren't going to be subjected to landowners who were going to be able to impact our lives negatively in a whim. Also like Mark said, initially I thought somebody's got to do something for the golf course. It looks terrible. And I'm an accountant, and I had worked for actually a golf course management company for quite a while, and knew what nice golf courses look like, and obviously Camarillo Springs wasn't there. But also, we did not manage or own any 12-hole golf courses, and that's not a coincidence. They're not financially viable. So, but Mark and I did want something to happen with the course, so we said, okay, let's see what good there is here. so that we can try to get the best for, for both sides on this. Well, again, once I did some more research and I had a look at the numbers and the finances on the proposal and what the golf course is running at now, I find a lot of holes in it, and I'm very unsettled with the numbers that have been presented by the people who are proposing for this course and for this redevelopment. But that aside, I can't encourage you in the strongest possible terms to rescind this, to end this. This is, like Mark talked about, and FEMA or my insurance company has not bought into, or I should say my insurance company has not bought into this kind of myth that we're all going to get lifted out of the floodplain, because we're all getting our insurance bills that reflect that they think that is a lot of smoke and mirrors. And I really resent the attitude that some are presenting tonight, that we just want things to stay the same. That's not the case. Mark is an AI scientist. I work for a software company. We're all very forward-leaning. That is insulting, and it's just, you're just pushing on older people. But thank you. Please end this tonight so we can all get on with this, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Ken Walters and then Sharon Ball.
My name is Ken Walters, and I live in Camarillo Springs on Gitana Avenue. I rise to speak in opposition to the proposed development. I am not someone who opposes development. We desperately need new housing in California. But this project just has too many flaws to move forward. The first and most obvious has been noted several times. I quote from the revised draft environmental impact report that has been submitted to this city. Proposed drainage plan does not meet the city's requirements of an unobstructed emergency overflow spillway to guarantee that the proposed development would not increase flooding hazards. Meeting the city's requirements as previously described is not possible in this project with the proposed fill embankment and drainage design concept. And lastly, therefore, the impact of the project on flooding on-site or off-site would be significant and unavoidable. This statement alone should automatically cause a denial of the project. Since there is no doubt that the development will not meet the requirements for flooding hazards, all the city would accomplish by allowing the proposed development would be to guarantee a lawsuit, one which would be very easy for the litigant to win. Since the city has known of this fact since before allowing the development, this means that the liability would rest with the city. There can be no doubt that future flooding will result in substantial judgments against the city, all of which will have to be paid with taxpayers' funds. In other words, this city council, as it sits here tonight, will have knowingly chosen to commit the city to future payouts, possibly in the tens of millions of dollars, resulting in either a reduction in city services or an increase in our already steep taxes. Don't let anyone be deceived. This development has no guarantee of the development of a future golf course. The cost would undoubtedly have to come out of the profits of the development, assuming that New Urban West would actually honor the promise to develop such a course, and this would certainly have to await the income developed by the development itself. That would mean that it would literally be years before any golf course would again be available. But since New Urban West is not obligated to actually build the course, the chances are that we will be left with an increasingly overgrown area surrounding the new homes, and this council will be approached again in a few years for permission to develop all of the remaining land as well. To approve this development is just a bad decision. Do not let these developers who only care about their profit to convince you otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Ball and then John Gardner.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Santangelo and the City Council representatives. I am a resident of Camarillo Springs, and I've lived there for 28 years. And This is my personal opinion. How long will it take to build the proposed 248 homes on the existing golf course? 5 to 10 years. Digging up the golf course will expose Camarillo Springs residents to dust particles or polluting substance causing health issues. Evacuation during a disaster will cause gridlock, which may endanger lives. The flood control design is flawed, allowing many homes susceptible to flooding. Monetarily, who will be responsible for the maintenance of the flap gates? Acquiring flood insurance in a flood zone will be costly. Where are the funds for building and maintaining a 12-hole golf course, a dog park, and trails promised by NUI? My belief, this will never happen. Destroying the golf course to build 248 homes will cause wildlife enjoyed by residents to disappear. This has been their home for years. Deer, coyotes, many species of birds, and other wildlife lives will be changed forever. This city council was elected to office by a majority vote. Now I am asking on behalf of the majority of residents of Camarillo Springs for the city council to vote no on project GPA 2017-2. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. John Gardner and then Laura Sullivan.
Mayor and City Council, my name is John Gardner, and we live on the golf course at Cam Springs. I've spoken on many occasions before in favor of this project, so I'll not speak further about the needs and the benefits of the projects, which should be obvious to all. I find it difficult to comment in advance of your deliberations because we won't know your thoughts in order to comment, but I can only imagine, as other people have said, how difficult it must be to decide on complex matters in the midst of a lot of loud voices and yellow and green and red shirts, et cetera, representing a wide range of opinions, but your job should be guided by facts rather than opinions. As I understand, the new homes and the refurbished golf course, new clubhouse, new pro shop, new event center create no unmitigatable impact as confirmed by your own EIR report. The point of controversy seems to rest on the effectiveness of the flood mitigation design for the 154 CCV homes, which also, per your EIR, will function as designed for a 100-year flood scenario, which is the historical standard used by the city and required by FEMA for most projects. The EIR also confirms the design will also be effective in a 500-year flood and multiple days of continuous rain. All of these standards seem far in excess of any reasonable or prior criteria used by the city, but allowing for an abundance of caution, I'm delighted to know that these standards can be met. What I can't understand is the flawed rationale in play expecting the proposed design to withstand a 1,000-year flood and the last-minute requirements for a spillway. There seems to be no legitimate rationale to hold this project to these never-before standards. Unless there is now, and perhaps there's been all along a search to find one or several reasons to vote against the project, perhaps the very subjective and unsubstantiated phrase in the published report about significant unavoidable impact is enough to do the trick. If I believe that, I wouldn't vote for it either. Life has significant unavoidable impacts. This project does not create any significant or unavoidable impact. Also, with comments tonight, New Urban West has been working very cooperatively with the city and has agreed to city covenants that required the concurrent building of the golf course along with the homes, all of which for the golf course could be completed in 2 to 3 years, not 10 years. Except for the 1,000-year flood and the spillway idea, the summary conclusion seems not to be consistent with the EIR. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Laura Sullivan and then Ted Kopel.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I have a few points to reiterate. A lot of it has already been said tonight. The statement made by the redevelopment committee about the majority of people in Camarillo Springs being in favor of these houses is absolutely false. Those of us who have gone door to door, especially to those homes backing up to the golf course, have found that the overwhelming majority of homeowners do not support new homes here. We've stated many times that we are here for the open space first and foremost, then golf. We can golf other places, but we can't ever get the open space and the views back. We've said numerous times that we're okay with it becoming a weed field, as long as it's open space still and you don't put new homes on the existing land, or the existing recreation area. Regarding more housing needed, please, there are thousands and thousands of units being built in Camarillo, Oxnard, Port Hueneme, Ventura. Everywhere you go, there's stacks of homes being built. You can find okay, first of all, sorry, Springfield development is going to already continue all the way to just about the edge of Central Avenue. There will be actually already new homes in the process, South Lewis Road and North Lewis Road, just past Las Posas. There's homes being built in Oxnard near the collection at River Park, and ones all the way to Port Hueneme and out to the ocean, and I've seen the ones at the Ventura Harbor as well. We have thousands and thousands of homes being built. Please don't change the zoning of this area and don't allow this development to happen. It's funny how whenever Nui shows their beautiful videos showing the renderings of what it'll supposedly look like, they never include the houses. Have you ever seen pictures of the houses or the renderings of that? And why is that? Because they're only focusing on the supposed beautiful amenities. And when they run out of money when building the homes and don't have enough to build the actual golf course, then what? Well, I'll tell you what, it's happened before. They've done this numerous times and they let it, excuse me, they let it go. Once they build the houses, then they let the other part go because the golf course doesn't get made or whatever you call it, generated. And then the residents get very annoyed and they come back in and say, hey, well, the only way you can fix it is by building the rest of the houses or filling the rest of the room with houses. And that's not what we want. Our community is choosing the ability, the possibility of a closed golf course that will have weeds and be overgrown to having new homes built on it that'll block our views, create more traffic, create more noise, dust, and higher potential for deaths during any disaster evacuations and worse flooding on the EIR statements, based on the EIR statements. Please hear us when we ask you to deny this referral.
Thank you for your comments. Ted Kopel, and then Robert Levine.
Respected City Council members, my name is Ted Kupal. I live in Camarillo Springs. I'm a past president of the HOA Association. Not my first time to talk to you folks, and I want to let you in on some Camarillo City history that I hope doesn't repeat itself. Sometime late in the past century, developers convinced your forefathers in Camarillo City Council to build a new senior community in the toe of the Caneo Mountain floodplain. It worked well for almost 60 years. Then Mother Nature does what she always does. She poured rocks, muds, and thousands of gallons of angry water down the mountain into the homes of the relaxing senior citizens below. We were lucky. Nobody died. But 15 people were out of their homes, 3 were destroyed, 19 were repaired. The owners of the mountain would not let you or your engineers on the mountain. The city had to condemn the property to allow the assessment of the problem and spend hundreds of thousands of city tax revenues to prepare and protect our community. That's history. Don't let history repeat itself. You folks are sitting next to a disaster when you remove our natural floodplain on the Camarillo Springs Golf Course. With unproven Rube Goldberg ideas of an earthen dam with floodgates and tunnels not maintained by the city or anyone else. Hopefully, when it happens, nobody dies, but it'll cost hundreds of thousands of tax dollars to repair and maintain. I feel if a dam is going to be built and floodgates are going to be built, that should be owned and operated by the city of Camarillo and you guys will have it for the next 50 years, not by a developer who walks away in 10 years. Hopefully, you're listening to the people that are here, and you see the amount of red on this side, and they're all homeowners, and the amount of green on this side, and I'll bet you there's not 15 homeowners on that side. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you for your comments. Robert Levine, I believe that's what this says. It's hard for me to read it. Okay. And then Joan Frank.
My name is Robert Levine, and I live at 21 Margarita, and I have no particular credentials. I'm simply a senior renter resident, so I thank you for your kind consideration. It seems that advocacy of the Camarillo Springs development is based on, first, an attempt to coerce by threats of litigation indicating force and intimidation. At the beginning, were the reason for the delays that left us waiting for 6 years or 7 years for a decision. I think threats of litigation, apart from those that are projected for disasters, are a red flag. There was a constant morphing of plans and a willingness to blame council for new project delays. There was a dismissal of legitimate traffic, fire, oil seepage, and flooding safety issues affecting our residents. A summary dismissal and denial of health, wildlife, quality of life issues, and destruction of the golf course itself to satisfy the developer. A continued barrage of marketing attempts to make it appear that the developer is contributing to the good of humanity, which is a laughable joke, equating the human condition with their own issues. Omission of the golf course financial profitability as into the record of the last council by Mark Malloy has not occurred yet in any of their arguments. The course is profitable. Opposition to the project by virtually all residents immediately affected by its development was entered into the record by Don Crystal. While praying for your intentions, regardless of your vote, I urge you to vote no unanimously on the issue of the Camarillo Springs Golf Course. And I thank you for your time and attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Joan Frank, and then Bill Camarillo.
Good evening. My name is Joan Frank. I am a resident of Camarillo. I left Santa Monica Beach to move here in 2005. I chose this beautiful place, and I have found more and more beautiful places here in this beautiful city, including the Camarillo Golf Course, where I sometimes walk. I have friends who live here in this area. I myself own a home in Leisure Village, which was in the 400-year floodplain when I first moved here. And within a few years, it was reevaluated by FEMA, I believe, and I am now in the 100-year floodplain. And we certainly hadn't had some of the weather and climate changes that have come upon us in these last 15 or so years, even more so than previously. We can make plans for things and we can show statistics, but I have, in my 84 years on this planet, found that Mother Nature doesn't follow rules and sometimes doesn't do what we would hope that it would. I understand, I believe, that the owner of the golf course, when he purchased it, it seems that his intent was not to keep it as a golf course, but to do what is being done. And I don't know if that's probably not illegal, but doesn't sound quite right to me. Maybe it is unethical. Joni Mitchell in the 70s had a song where she sang. They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. I hope that we can keep this beautiful open space, either hopefully as a golf course. It's adjacent to the mountains, so the deer come, the beautiful animals come. Ecologically, it's not good to lose species. We are a species, and it's not, I don't think, ethically probably not good either along the chain for us to lose species, which could happen when things are removed where the species need the space. So I guess I'm imploring you to keep this open space, because once it is gone in Camarillo, where will we replace such an open area again? Thank you for your very precious time.
Thank you for your comments. Bill Camarillo, and then John Parsons.
Hi, good evening. Bill Camarillo. I live at Village at the Park in District 4, and last year I spent a lot of time in Camarillo Springs. It's a beautiful place, and I have friends on both sides of the aisle, and I could say we all care about the golf course and wish it was in a greener pastures. But in spending all the time that I did up there and meeting with both sides regarding this particular project, I physically noticed a lot of things that bothered me as a resident of Camarillo, in that place is kind of like a pie. It's got the mountains on one side, the freeway on the other, and it all comes down to a tip of a very tiny road to try and get out of there if you had to. And I am the CEO of a pretty fast-growing climate change company called Agriman, developing projects all over the state. So I empathize with the developer on how long it takes and how expensive it is to develop projects. But what we're seeing today in development is a lot of our minimum standards and empirical data is being challenged by weather. And in that particular location, you have not just flood, but you have fire and you have earthquake. And we haven't been tested on one of them, and we've already seen a pretty good flood on the hillside there. So I think from your perspective, and I have full confidence and trust in this council and its staff and city manager, that with all the data you have, you're going to make the right decision for the city residents to minimize our risk. Because your biggest goal is to make sure that we manage our public health and safety and all the residents that live in Camarillo. And this project has a lot of concerns. There's a lot of things that can be mitigated, and there's some that are more challenging. But I think what bothers me the most is the quid pro quo here. Houses for a golf course. And I've developed a lot of projects. I've never tried that tactic, but I don't think it's going to be very successful when you have this kind of showing. Most of the projects that I get developed now, there is no opposition because I answer every possible question and solve every problem before I get to you, so that your decision is truly based on facts, risk, and liability for the city. So thank you for doing your jobs. I know you have a tough decision to make, but I have full confidence that you will make the right decision. So thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you for your comments. And John Parsons.
Hello, Mayor, City Council members. I'm John Parsons. I've lived in Camarillo most of my adult life. Before that, mostly in Los Angeles County. And I stumbled upon Camarillo years back when we were driving out to the surf rodeo. My partner and I had a wonderful day, and as we were coming back, we decided that Camarillo was the most beautiful part of Ventura County. And we'd been house shopping for 3 years unsuccessfully, just couldn't find anything that really fit the equation, and ended up buying a home in Camarillo Springs. So it was a big commute for me because I worked at Yahoo. I was the director of engineering there, and had to drive to work all the time, worked long days and everything, but we dealt with a lot of data. I'm a data scientist. And one of the things is we were dealing with billions of data points back then, still are. It just keeps growing and growing. One of the really fascinating things about data science is that there's all this noise because the human mind can't really grasp what a million is, let alone billions and all this data. So one of the things we do as data scientists is we say, how do we clear out the noise? How do we cut to the chase? What's really in here? One of the fascinating things is that very often you start out looking for something and the data tells you what the real truth is. Things begin to surface that you didn't even know were in there. The relevance of this is, I bring it back to this, is we've heard a lot of great points on both sides tonight. And as somebody who's an engineer, there was a gentleman who came up as an engineer, and I didn't know what side he was on, but I said, I like this guy's credentials. I think I could trust what he has to say. And we've heard about Indian artifacts and gadgets and floodplains and golf and all these components. And I see a lot of people in this room. I recognize very few of them. I'm not surprised by that. But I trust that they are my friends and neighbors. And it's kind of a dogs and cats decision in a lot of ways. But when I look at all of this, it reminds me of some of the things that we looked at. And it feels like the argument has very much seems to center around how do we save golf. And I have great respect for people who love various sports. I got my own favorites. I'm a Lakers fan. But I think the real choice when you look at this is to say, what is the real mission of the city of Camarillo? Is it to save golf, or is it to keep Camarillo a great place, which might mean having more golf?
Thank you for your comments. Okay. Just so you all know, I do have 3 cards requesting to speak, but these people spoke at the last meeting, so I'm putting these cards aside. Would anybody else like to speak?
Good evening. I'm Charlotte Craven. Some people have talked about Newey. More people have talked about a golf course. This isn't about Newey, and it isn't about a golf course. This is about public safety, especially the safety of people during fires, floods, and evacuations. During one fire years ago, I was stopped in traffic on the freeway overlooking the golf course. My 2-year-old grandson was in the back seat. He was thrilled. There were fire trucks going on the right-hand side of us. There were helicopters making drops on the mountains. I was concerned about the people in the single line in cars inching their way to escape via Ridgeview Street or the northbound freeway ramp. Wildfires burned so hot that they modified the structure of the sand so crystals with edges became round silica sandballs. Now, I also remember floods out there. Sometimes clouds stall at the bottom of the mountain. The clouds are too heavy to rise up over, so rain pours down for an extended period of time. One of those downpours was not long after a fire, and the silica sand from way down deep in the earth started moving. It brought with it mud, rocks, and debris. 11 homes were filled with all that stuff. It took years for some people to move back in. The city jumped in. It didn't have to, but the city jumped in, even though Conejo Mountain is in the unincorporated area. And we spent a ton to build large metal barriers to retain the rocks and debris in the future. Every year, you budget about $100,000 to clear those barriers. That's general fund money. There's no maintenance district that the Springs residents pay into. We all know that the facilities Newey's engineers designed are not adequate to handle the amount of water that rolls off that mountain into a creek that is already overflowing its banks. So think about how much slower evacuations will be if 200 to 300 more vehicles join that single line of cars when flood wreaks havoc again out there, or fire. This is a discretionary decision by law and your policy. It's time to put a stop to this. I voted against this project 3 times, and it all comes down to this. You can't fool Mother Nature.
Thank you for your comments. Would anybody else like to address the council at this time? Okay. I guess that's the end of public comment. Oh, would you like to speak? I spoke last time. Okay, well then, sorry.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Ken. I worked in and around housing and economic development for the last 12 years. Some tonight have said that the golf course won't be built, but you, the city council, have the opportunity to guarantee that a golf course is built. You can do it through imposing a condition of approval when you approve the project or review the project that requires that the golf course be built. Further, the city and developer interests are aligned with regards to golf. Typically, a golf course of this size would take 2 to 3 years to construct, not 10 as people have said. And the course is an amenity that helps attract buyers, and the developer will want that to be built quickly so that they can help sell homes fast. Some have said also that the course will fail and more development will come. That's untrue as well. There will be a legally enforceable deed restriction that would not allow future development on golf course land. Interests of timing, interests of the golf course, and interests of the community are all aligned in a project like this. It deserves a full and public process. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. If you didn't speak last week, could you fill out a, okay, sorry. It's all right, just come.
My name is Alfonso Pertier Raboto, and I live in Camarillo Springs since 2005, I think. I'm a software developer, so I really don't care about the views. I have internet. I don't care about golf. I have video games. So that's not really the point on this. The point on this is safety. They're talking about, oh, all people will sell their house. They will move into these beautiful new homes for 55 and over, where only retired people will live, because I guess that now people is retiring at 55. I don't know. Personally, I have to work until 65, I think. But anyways, they will not drive. They will just stay at home. And they will not have any problems in that very high risk of fire area. So whenever there is a fire, you are moving all the senior people in there. So why don't we just put them on the freeway? It will be probably safer and faster. We're talking about the project like if it was golf versus no golf. And this is not the issue. The issue is liability for the city and what is needed for the city. If the city approves this project, you are approving putting people in a very high risk of fire, where there is flooding, and where there might be lawsuits later in the future that are going to affect the city, or where they will be required to be maintenance that the city will have to pay, not the constructor. Because after several years, they will say, hey, I have my money, all the warranties passed due, and you take care of it if you want to. So think about that. It's the main issue here is profits versus safety. You are having a company that wants to make millions of profit. I understand that. I find making profit a really nice thing. I work for money. I don't work for charity. But you have to take in consideration safety first and the lawsuits that might come to the city if something happens. And you cannot complain about the safety measures of the city because they are too strict. They are supposed to be strict because they are supposed to protect us. You're not going to put a house in the middle of the river that is dry during the summer just because whenever the rain comes, they will be watered and they will be taking the house away with whoever is inside the house. So you have to have those measures for safety, and the strict they are is just for a reason. It's because they are needed. So keep that in mind. It's not about golf or not golf. We want to keep the golf course if possible. Why is in that bad shape? Because was not maintained. Why it was not maintained? Because it was bought just to build houses in there. So that's all. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, council members, and I will fill the card and I will give it to you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Would anybody else like to speak? Okay, it looks like we're at the end of public comments. We're going to take a break until 8 p.m., and then we'll be back for questions and deliberation. It's time to reconvene the meeting. Okay, we're reconvened. If we could settle in. Thank you. All right, so we've had public comments. Now's the time for council questions. And looking around, you want us? Dr. Martinez,
we all have
bravo.
many questions. Thank you, Mayor. So as we are here tonight, I do want to start with some broad questions. And Rachel, I wanted to ask you, do we as Camarillo City Council have the legislative authority related to the general plan amendment referral request to either continue to study the referral or to rescind the referral?
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, the determination this evening, again, related to the triennial review for the general plan amendment referral request is a legislative decision, and that is within your discretion as legislators to determine whether or not you want to continue to study or whether you want to rescind the request.
Thank you. So just to confirm, this is strictly a legislative decision that City Council has that authority over the general plan amendment request?
That is correct.
Okay. As City Council members, we have that discretion in making this legislative decision of whether a proposed change to the land use map of the general plan is appropriate or in the best interest of the community.
Right. When you're making your determinations as a council, you're going to look at various factors, and one of the things that you will be considering, or you should be considering, is whether it is in the best interest and welfare of the community, is whether or not you want to have a general plan designation change. Yes.
Okay. And is it also appropriate under our role as City Council to review the impact of the general plan elements as they relate to the requested referral?
Yes, I would agree that if you're going to make a determination or a recommendation related to a general plan referral amendment request, that you would want to look at your existing general plan and see what impacts it would have on your general plan.
Okay, thank you. And although these impacts have not been discussed before in the past, before I was on council, since I think we're completing our one-year anniversary of being on council a year ago, but since these impacts have not been discussed in the past, does it mean that we as council are prohibited from taking these, from talking about these impacts or taking them into consideration for our decision-making?
Right, and I don't know for sure if they have been considered before or not, but irrespective of that, you are not precluded or prohibited from considering those issues at this time, correct?
Okay, thank you. Also, so I understand, there were previous requests to study the economic impact of the project and to undertake a CEQA review to assist in a determination of the general plan referral. Correct?
Yes, the policy does discuss that in making those determinations that the council can ask for that information and that environmental concerns can be considered.
Thank you. Now that we are at this time with 6 years later in this second triennial review, is it our responsibility and is it also appropriate to consider all aspects of the referral request?
Yes, it certainly is, and the referral policy itself for triennial review does envision that there would be considerations of whether to continue to study or whether to rescind the referral request.
Okay, thank you. And so I understand correctly, this application is for a general plan amendment, non-city initiated, requesting a change in our general planned use element from the current public quasi to low medium density residential.
Right, so under the city's policy 7.01, applicants are required to ask to participate in the policy if they're going to be requesting a change to the general plan, and that is what the request is. It is currently quasi open space, and they are requesting it to be changed to residential. That is correct.
Thank you. More specifically, we are contemplating a general plan amendment on 31 acres over a part of the Camarillo Springs Golf Course property. And that general plan amendment request is for us as council to contemplate whether 10 dwelling units per acre maximum over the 31 acres is something that we as council legislatively feel is appropriate for that location. Is that, do I summarize that?
Yes, that is what the applicant referral request entails.
Okay. The next question is more for our staff. So I'm trying to understand the totality and the impact of the density of this general plan amendment request. So if we move forward with the general plan amendment request and we approve the 10 dwelling units per acre maximum over the 31 acres, and I'm doing the math and multiplying 10 by the 31, we are looking at approximately 310 homes that can potentially be built within this area. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll take that. Councilmember Martinez Bravo, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Furthermore, as for the number of residents, we would be looking at a minimum of 310 for, if we're thinking about one resident per home, to 620 for 2 residents per home, and potentially more.
Yes, that could potentially increase the population by that amount.
Okay, thank you. Rachel, back to you. Although we are not considering the entitlements at this point and only looking at the general plan amendment, if we allow for 10 acres, 10 homes per acre maximum over the 31 acres, and thus have potentially 310 homes, can you help me understand, per California state law, the potential outcomes of what that would look like with ADUs? ADUs, if we move forward with that residential land use designation?
Right, so if that general plan amendment, again, you're not actually approving or denying a general plan amendment, we're only under the referral. But if you were to play that out, that there was a general plan amendment that was approved, and then the zoning was made consistent, that they could avail themselves of ADU laws and SB 9 laws, and they could have additional units placed on the property such that that could increase the population or the homes on each property.
Okay. So if that is the case, and we could potentially have so if each of the 310 homeowners could build an ADU, we could potentially have 620 dwelling units in those 10 acres. That would be legal.
That sounds like something potentially that could happen if the general plan amendment was approved and other changes were made as well.
Okay. And so then the population density could potentially be doubled to 1,240 residents.
It sounds like it could be a potential if that was fully developed that way.
Okay, thank you. So looking at the safety element, I do want to understand this general plan amendment request as it relates to our safety element of the general plan. So this is more to staff. As I understand, the city of Camarillo is currently in the process of updating the safety element of the general plan, as it is required to be revised upon the next update of the housing element to address wildfire hazard planning and requirements for all jurisdictions in the Very High Fire Hazard Severe Zones, VHFHSZ. From the map that we saw in the presentation last time, I remember seeing 2 areas where in Camarillo we have these very high fire hazard severity zones. So I saw Camarillo Springs, and then there was just one other one?
Yes, the other area is in the most northwesterly portion of Camarillo. Northeasterly, I'm
Northeast,
sorry.
okay.
Yeah, northeasterly portion in the hillside area.
Okay.
Near Santa Rosa Road, in Upland.
Okay. And is that a smaller area than the Camarillo Springs?
No, actually, Camarillo Springs is, I'm going to take a look at that slide from my presentation. Camarillo Springs area is larger than that northeasterly portion. That's also in the very high fire hazard severity zone, but all of Camarillo Springs and including a little bit of land outside of that is in that zone.
Okay. So the entire Camarillo Springs area, including the project site, is within the very high fire hazard severity zone, correct?
That is correct.
It's such a mouthful, but yes, need to get this right. Okay. Do we know approximately how many residents currently live in Camarillo Springs in that development right now?
I don't have the population, but there are approximately 967 units that are currently in Camarillo Springs.
Okay, that is helpful, thank you. I'm not sure if you have this information, but when evacuations were set in place, do we have a record of the time that it took place to evacuate people out of that area?
That was analyzed in the revised EIR. We do have our consultant who is here tonight that may be able to share a little bit more information on that.
Okay, sure.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We did not identify the amount of time that it took to actually evacuate. That information was not available. What the document did do was analyze what could happen under existing conditions and then what the potential increase in time might be should the project be approved. But as far as having the information as far as how long it actually took, that information was not available.
Okay, thank you. In December of 2013, it was around December 13th, 14th. I remember that clearly because I was giving birth to my 3rd child then. But in December of 2013, after the mudslides that took place, I understand it was the city that went in to clean up the debris. Can you talk about how much money was utilized to clean the debris and how much money we continue to invest to install the debris barriers there?
Sure. Shed a little summary information on that. We don't have exact dollar amounts to provide tonight. Along with other responses initially, the city did play a role in the initial cleanup. And then as the approach to implement some safety measures on the hillside for the existing homes and then the damaged homes to be rebuilt, the city essentially stepped in and affected a project to put up the debris barriers to provide that level of protection. So yes, through the cleanup, the design of the barriers, the installation of the barriers. Again, it can't hold me to this exact number, but it's definitely more than $2 million. $2 million was about the construction, the design and construction of the barriers, and more cost and time, staff, attorney time was spent. So upwards of $3 million, or even a little bit more, was spent total on completing that debris barrier installation project. And then continuing on with, there is no agency or group responsible for that land or those barriers, so the city continues to budget annually $200,000 in case there is a need to perform maintenance on those debris barriers. They're inspected twice a year, and if there is a need to clean them out from debris that comes down, then the city has funds set aside to do that maintenance.
Okay. And this maintenance, we, as a city, are expected or responsible to do it in perpetuity?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any other residential development in the city of Camarillo that the city invests this amount of money in perpetuity?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Would it be fair to say then that in this area that the city of Camarillo has financially invested a significant amount of money because of its location and environmental history?
Correct, related to the environmental history of fires and debris flow and rain and flooding, yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to our housing element, I also want to understand this referral request as it relates to our housing element. The housing element of our general plan was certified by the state of California recently on April 14th, 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Our housing element of the general plan consists of, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was like 16 goals and policies. I think it was touching on the inclusionary housing, affordable housing, ADUs in accordance with state law, fair housing practices, nonprofit housing, et cetera.
Correct.
Okay. In the report, it indicates the proposed project site was never considered or identified in the adopted housing element as one of the sites for residential development, nor is it needed as part of the land inventory to accommodate our RHNA numbers, our regional housing needs allocation. And I just want to understand, why was this site not considered or identified in the housing element?
Sure. So a critical part of the housing element is for the city to demonstrate that it has sufficient land to accommodate that RHNA. So the land inventory that is in the housing element that was certified by HCD shows that the city can realistically accommodate for 1,900 units, and that is more than adequate than the city's RHNA of 1,376 units. So in other words, the land inventory exceeds our RHNA by 38%. I also can just kind of go on to explain how the sites in the land inventory were selected, and it was selected based on the likelihood for those sites to be developed. And some of that criteria was that it included approved projects but haven't yet been built. It also included vacant land that was already zoned for residential development, and it also included underutilized commercial properties, so like in Old Town or in the Camarillo Commons, where there is the available infrastructure and where residential units are already permitted. So the city didn't have to rezone any properties in the city to meet our RHNA.
Thank you. And my next question was going to be about the percentage, but you answered it. So about 38% is what the city of Camarillo is over.
Correct.
Meeting those requirements.
Yes.
Okay. So it's a pretty good cushion, I would say.
Yes, we're in a really good position where we actually can show that we have more than enough sites to meet our RHNA, and that we didn't have to rezone any properties to do so.
Thank you. Moving on to our community design element as it relates to the general plan. I know this is just a note in the report. It talks about, it should be noted that the existing mobile homes surrounding the golf course currently benefit from views of the golf course. A change in the land use designation to allow for residential development on a 31-acre portion of the golf course would substantially affect their current views. So because these are mobile homes, would they be considered the most affordable dwelling units in the entire Camarillo Springs area?
Yes, that's safe to presume that.
Do we know how many of those mobile homes approximately would be impacted by this change in views?
There's the mobile home park that backs up against the golf course, both on the east and the west side of Camarillo Springs Road. And this proposed referral contemplates the area that is to the west of Camarillo Springs Road. In addition to those mobile homes, there is also a townhome development that also backs up to the golf course. So if I looked at those units that back up against the golf course and the mobile homes on the west side of Camarillo Springs Road, there is somewhere between about 80 to 85 residential units.
Okay. Can you speak or staff speak as to the raised elevation of the proposed project in comparison to the mobile homes? Because my understanding is there's an elevation.
I can get back to you on that. if
Okay,
I can
no
just
problem.
Take a look at that.
Sure. And just so I'm understanding correctly then, the homes that are the most affordable in Camarillo Springs are the ones whose views are going to be impacted the most?
Yes, then that would be correct.
Okay. Okay. Moving on to our recreation element. The development is proposing open spaces that include 2 pocket parks and walking trail connectivity to the surrounding community. I just want to understand, will the greater Camarillo community have direct access to those pocket parks and trails? If this is a private community, I'm trying to understand what that looks like, what access and that connectivity looks like, and if there's going to be any limitations to those amenities.
So some of the development plans that we've seen does show some pocket parks located closer to the existing driving range. And it's my understanding that those facilities would be open to any member of the public, and that it wouldn't be just for the residents of the proposed new housing development. There is also a walking trail that is proposed. I don't know the exact details of that walking trail and how access would be provided, but that does appear to look like that is within the proposed development area. And the developer would need to be able to detail, and provide more information on that if that was going to be open to the general public.
And who will operate the acres of Parkland? So just the HOA is supposed to?
The new HOA for the new development.
Okay. In terms of open space and conservation element, I know we're due to submit our local open space plan by January 1 of 2026. Is there a certain percentage of open space that the state of California is asking for the city of Camarillo to meet?
So we haven't yet initiated that, that new plan that is required by January 1st, 2026. So I wouldn't be able to tell you if there is any specifics that under that legislation requires a certain percentage.
In the report, it indicates the amount of open space per resident within city limits will decline. And not only would 31 acres of golf course open space be removed, but additional residents will be added. So if I understand this correctly, is this a double negative impact as it relates to open space?
Yes, yes, there would be the permanent removal of 31 acres of open space. And then coupled with that, the proposal would allow for a new residential units and additional population that, would bring that ratio of open space to residents down even more.
Okay. Moving on to just talking about the Chumash community, the vicinity of the proposed site remains, quote, highly sensitive for Native American resources, such as flakes that were found at the site. Can you explain exactly what those flakes were and that significance of that finding?
Sure, I can also maybe want to call up our consultant, but there were flakes that show that the area was inhabited by Native Americans. There was also a core that was very visible when they walked the golf course, and that core also indicates that this area was inhabited by Native Americans. That core is basically a piece of stone that is used to create smaller objects or tools that are cut from that core.
Okay. Were there other, in addition to what you mentioned, were there any other Chumash artifacts that were found in the construction of the golf course?
Unfortunately, that is not known. There wasn't CEQA at the time that much of Camarillo Springs was developed, and there was very little mitigation at that time when the surrounding residential properties were developed. So, it could have been that there were artifacts that have been disturbed, but unfortunately, we don't have good records of that. But we do have records of other Native American sites and archaeological resources that are in the area that are very sensitive, and their exact location is not available to the general public, just for privacy.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. Moving on to the master drainage plan and floodplain analysis. The proposed drainage plan does not meet the city's requirements of an unobstructed emergency overflow spillway, which are required to guarantee that the proposed development would not increase flooding hazards. I know there are a series of pipes and mechanical devices that are being utilized. Who would have to maintain that in perpetuity?
It would likely be through the HOA responsibility.
And what type of experts would be needed to maintain that?
It'd be a combination of inspections and then any maintenance that would need to be performed, such as replacement of deteriorated or failed items, or maintenance of those to make sure they're working properly. So, persons that are experienced and know how to inspect and determine if there is a need for maintenance, and then to be able to perform that maintenance. So it'd be, a contractor type folks that would perform that.
Thank you. I'm also trying to understand how this proposed site compares to other areas of Camarillo where there has been development. Pitts Ranch or Village at the Park, how is this proposed project different, and were there any mechanical devices used there? Can you speak to maybe is there a difference in elevation? How is that different?
Right. I'll try to summarize that simply. It gets a little bit technical, but essentially when homes are constructed, the requirement is to not increase any chance of flooding. And there's design standards that are followed and used, and the study and the report and results show that it's been designed to those standards. Yet the city's approach to making sure there is no increase to flooding is to provide what we're calling an unobstructed or open emergency spillway. So when homes are constructed and there's a chance for water to fill up in a basin, and Pitts Ranch is an example along Cayugas Creek where there are drainage basins installed that collect the drainage from the neighborhood, and there's an outlet pipe to the creek, and that does have a flap gate, a mechanical device on it. So when the creek water rises, that flap gate closes and keeps water from backing up into the basin. But if that does not work and the water in the basin rises high enough, there's an unobstructed emergency spillway there that the water would spill into Cayugas Creek before reaching any of the homes' elevation. So that's what we mean where this unobstructed emergency overflow is providing a path for water to flow by gravity, not in a pipe, not through any valves, not through any check valves, but to escape the area without causing any increase to flooding.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Would you like to go next? Sure. Vice Mayor Tremblay.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I have a first set of questions for the city attorney, and I've listened very carefully to Councilmember Martinez-Bravo's questions to the city attorney. These may be somewhat repetitive, but I want to reframe it slightly to make sure that I understand where we are properly. So first question is this. Our decision this evening involves a triennial review of a general plan amendment referral request per Council Policy 7.01. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. I also understand that what has occurred with respect to this proposed project, we have two distinguishable processes. The first is a general plan amendment referral, and the second is a CEQA review of the proposed project. Is that correct? Because I don't want the two issues conflated.
Right, those are two separate processes, although, of course, the CEQA process was asked for as part of the general plan referral process to help inform you, but the decision tree and the standards that is considered on each of those are distinguishable.
All right. Is my understanding correct that statements in an EIR, or in this case, I guess, a DEIR and RDEIR, which is before us, do not bind a city council in our legislative determination of a potential land use change?
That is absolutely correct. And, you know, the CEQA document and the CEQA process does, in many cases, require that you make assumptions that an entirety of a project is approved. And then once you look at all of those approvals and entitlements, that's how you can make an assessment on what mitigation measures might be required. So there are assumptions in that document and in the current document that we have, not in front of the council for decision, but it's a part of the staff report, that makes assumptions that a general plan amendment has already been made, that determination's been made, and a zoning code amendment has already been made. That is, again, assumptions made for CEQA and environmental impact analysis. That's separate from a general plan referral process, which is currently the decision that is in front of you this evening as far as a referral. So they are two separate standards, and the CEQA analysis cannot bind you on that decision.
Thank you. That's very clear. So is it is it fair to state then, Ms. Richmond, that when the council is considering this evening, or what we are considering this evening within the context of the triennial review, is a legislative determination, and we're only talking about the referral process?
That is absolutely correct.
And then finally, what is the legal standard related to the council's decision on a general plan referral request?
Right, so as you stated, it's considered a legislative determination, and if a court was to review that decision, they would want to see if the council acted in a manner that was arbitrary and capricious. And if you were arbitrary and capricious, there may be some determination by a court that you need to redo your analysis. But it is deferential, and again, as long as there's some evidentiary support and you're not acting arbitrary and capricious, that is a legislative determination that should be deferred to by the court.
And it's then clearly a matter of our legislative discretion,
Correct.
provided that we act in the manner that you just articulated.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to switch gears, and Ms. Lee, Jackie, these questions are for you. And I'm referring right now, for purposes of the record, to the staff report dated October 25, and on pages 7 through 10, respectively. But on pages 7 and 8 of that report, the impact from this project is on 3 separate but related elements of the city's general plan. I'm just going to discuss 3 at this point. One is land use, second is open space and conservation, and the third is recreation elements. And Councilmember Martinez-Bravo asked several questions with respect to this, but I want to make sure that I understand, is it fair to draw the conclusion based on that, that all 3 of these elements would be impacted because of the loss of 31 acres of golf course open space if it were converted into residential development?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and moving to pages 8 and 9, respectively, that deal with the housing element, I just want to reaffirm 2 things that you have already spoken to in response to Councilmember Martinez-Bravo's questions. I want to reaffirm, number 1, that the proposed housing site, 31 acres, was never considered or even identified in the adopted 2021-2029 housing element. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and the site, that site, is not needed as part of the city's land inventory to accommodate the city's RHNA requirements, RHNA requirements, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Moving on to pages 9 and 10 with respect to the safety element. I want to confirm the accuracy of 2 quotes from the staff report. And the first quote is, and I quote, "A change in land use on a portion of the golf course to allow for residential development should consider whether to avoid placement of such uses in areas subject to high or extreme wildfire threats that could place future development at risk." Am I reading that accurately from the staff report?
Yes.
Okay. And secondly, in conclusion, the City Council has wide discretion in making the legislative decision of whether a proposed change to the land use map of the general plan is appropriate and desirable for the city, or is not in the best interest of the overall welfare of the community, and may consider the impacts that have been outlined in this report in considering the triennial review referral. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I have some questions, Mr. Klotzo, for you, but they may be more appropriately directed to Mr. Casare as the third-party flood reviewer. But you want me to go ahead and articulate them, and then if you deem it appropriate, Mr. Casare?
Yep.
All right. So the issue that I want to ask about is the applicant's statement that the project does not increase flood hazards over existing conditions. So let me give you some base references for purposes of the record. The first one would be Cadence's response to comments in the RDEIR to the August 8, 2023 letter from Manat, pages 6 through 19, and to the August 8, 2023 letter from PACE, pages 36, 37. The second would be the October 12, 2023 memorandum from Casray Consulting to Cadence regarding the August 8, 2023 applicant comments in pages 4 to 5 thereof. And my question really is to Mr. Casray at this point, but I'll leave it to you whether to have him come up. Why don't I go ahead and articulate the question first? For Mr. Casray, at the April 13, 2022 City Council meeting concerning this referral, you made the following statement to the council at hour 3, minute 30 into the minutes. In other words, I'm referring to the YouTube record of that meeting, and it is at hour 3, minute 30, if you may recall. You said that between the proposed lake and the West Basin, the area designed to separate the upstream Camarillo Spring Creek Camarillo Springs creek flows and the local flows adjacent to the lake, a 100-year flood event with breach at separation would worsen the flood hazard at existing residences. Do you recall that statement?
I sure do, yes.
And do you stand by that statement?
I do, yes.
Right. Do you still hold that same opinion that you gave to the council on April 13, 2022?
I do, yeah.
Has anything in the subsequent NUI or PACE submissions since that time, since April 13 of 2022, that includes the new master or the revised master drainage report, et cetera, has anything in any subsequent submissions provided to the city subsequent to April 13, 2022 caused you to change your opinion?
The only change that I noticed in this August 8th submittal was that they provided a schematic of a proposed design for that separation embankment that involved constructing a soil cement core in the middle of the embankment. So what that means is that if they do have an impervious or impermeable layer in the middle of this embankment, we won't have any piping in the lower part of the embankment. So what that means is that, maybe when we did our analysis, we did a failure analysis last year. We assumed that a channel would be basically formed in the embankment. So that would be a full height failure of that embankment. In that case, the flow that would be bypassing the lake would enter the lake, and it would pond up against the west embankment along Margaret Avenue and pond up, and it would pond up to a level higher than the current FEMA map shows. It got up to around elevation 119.6, I think, and then under 500-year condition, it got up to elevation 121.
But let me go ahead, and then I'm going to ask you a follow-up.
Right. So that was an analysis that we had done. We had to make some assumptions, so that was our analysis. PACE in this particular case, we recommended that they do their own failure scenario analysis, and they chose not to. Instead, they said that we think we're going to consult a geotechnical engineer, and then we'll design it with soil cement partially, and I guess it would be open fill embankment on top of the soil cement. So that would be a partial failure as opposed to a full height failure. But they chose not to provide any analysis. So
let me go back to the original. Does any of that change your underlying opinion that you articulated to the council on April 13 of 2022?
Not completely. I mean, I believe a failure is a failure. It's very difficult to know. Obviously, there are a number of design characteristics that we don't know about, right? Like, what is the height of the impermeable soil cement layer and things of that nature? And, so what if they build it to a third of the height? Then we'll have a lot more failure. We'll have a lot more water coming out. So I would say that I believe, unless they show otherwise, that the impact would probably be at or worse than existing condition based on our analysis.
Okay, so in other words, would it be fair then to as a takeaway, that such a breach could result in a larger or a wider inundation affecting existing residences, which would be worse than the existing condition?
Correct. That's my thought, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Lee, I've got some questions relative to the RDEIR, and I don't know whether you want to take those separately or have Mr. Brown respond to them. But the first one is with respect to the responses to comments in the RDEIR to the August 8, 2023 letter from Manat. And I'm referring now to page 7. And what I'd like to do is read some of the text of these responses and ask whether or not the consultant stands by those statements.
Sure.
Okay. And then can I pose those then to Mr. Brown? Hi, Mr. Brown.
Good evening, Vice Mayor.
Welcome aboard again.
Thank you.
So I want to confirm some statements that you made on page 7 in your responses to the comments to the August 8, 2023 letter from the NAT. And the first one, I'm going to read from the responses to the comments. Quote, "The basic conclusions of the third-party review are as follows. The proposed drainage system would function during a 100-year flood as intended if there are no drainage feature failures such as blocked pipes or culverts, a breach in the levee embankment or flood wall, or malfunctioning mechanical devices. However, the proposed development includes an artificial, quote-unquote, lake fill embankment with new houses on top, which are higher than the existing houses adjacent to the lake. This is not a standard design. Therefore, there are some inherent risks associated with the drainage design concept." You recall that statement?
Yes.
And stand by that statement?
That statement was, I'm going to give credit to Mr. Kasrai, who was just before you here. He was very instrumental in assisting us with that, and so that is, and working also with staff, and that's the statement that we all stand by.
Okay, and let me continue on then, thanks. Quote, "The project does not meet the city's requirements due to the outlined issues described above. These include lack of an acceptable unobstructed emergency spillway, lack of a properly designed overflow system and drainage path, absence of information on whether the fill embankment between Conejo Creek and the lake, quote-unquote, will be designed to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, United States Army Corps of Engineers levee design standards, and reliance on mechanical flood protection devices that require intensive maintenance in perpetuity." Do you recall that statement?
Yes.
And is the response the same as what you said before? It's really, that was Mr. Kasray's focus.
It was his focus with assistance of City Public Works, and that's the statement that the team stands by.
Okay. It goes on to say, I'm going to skip over a little bit, but it goes on to say later on that page that in summary, the proposed project development would be protected from the FEMA 100-year floodplain, and 154 existing residences could be removed from the current 100-year FEMA floodplain. The analysis also shows that the proposed project would preserve the amount of existing Conejo Creek floodplain volume. Am I reading that? Am I correct? Correct. All right. Goes on to say, though, however, quote, "However, several issues identified during the city's third-party review of the master drainage plan and floodplain analysis for the project have not been resolved, and as a result, the proposed project is unable to guarantee that there would be no increase in flooding hazards." And it goes on to say that the public hazard is that the residents of the homes removed from both the FEMA special flood hazard area and the associated mandatory flood insurance requirement would need to know that the proposed drainage system does not provide a 100% guarantee of flooding protection. Under a scenario of failure of the mechanical flood protection devices or development pad/levee, these homes could be flooded to the same level as the current 100-year flood elevation. Do you recall that statement?
Yes.
And stand by that?
Yes.
And that's pursuant to the work done by Mr. Kasray, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to move now to page 37 of your, I'm only citing pages just for purposes of the record, but page 37 of your responses, and I want to read you 2 paragraphs and have you comment on them. Quote, "The instance where the third-party review indicated that there could be an increase in flood hazards over existing conditions was related to potential breaching of the separation between the quote-unquote lake and the West Basin. In response, the applicant proposes to make the separation quote-unquote breach resistant. This will need to be a condition of development if the project proceeds." Correct. Is that a correct statement?
Yes.
Right. I'm going to read on the second paragraph. However, quote, "However, the third-party review also indicated that there is the potential for the flooding of homes being removed from the FEMA SFHA if the berm/flood protection barrier or mechanical flap gates fail due to a natural hazard and/or a lack of maintenance," close quote. Do you recall that statement?
Yes.
And stand by that statement?
Yes.
Thank you for your responses to that. I don't know whether to I have a few more questions. I don't know whether I'm going to go to you or to Mr. Klotzel, but let me try Mr. Klotzel first, and we'll go from there. So, Mr. Klotzel, the two questions I want to ask are regarding the existing, the residents in the existing 154 residences that are proposed to be removed from the current 100-year FEMA floodplain. So first question is this. In light of the information contained in the third-party analysis by Mr. Casray, if this project were to go forward as proposed, would they be able to obtain flood insurance for their properties?
I'm not going to be able to answer that from a flood insurance standpoint. I don't know.
Okay, well, let's take a different question. Let's assume hypothetically that the property owners are not required to obtain flood insurance because their homes are removed from the FEMA floodplain, okay? Let's just assume that for purposes of the question. Would it be fair to say, though, that they would still have to make a risk judgment, however, on whether to nonetheless still obtain flood insurance because of the risks that have been outlined in the third-party review contained in the RDEIR?
Yes.
That would be a fair statement. They would still have to make that risk judgment. Thanks, Madam Mayor. No further questions at this time.
Thank you. Who's next? Mr. Kildee?
I just have one question. I'm going to direct this to staff or our consultants. Would you consider this an environmentally sensitive area for any kind of development, regardless of what we're discussing tonight? Are there environmental concerns there that are somewhat unique? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but just let me see if I can rephrase that just a little bit. Is this a unique, in all your years of experience, is this a unique area that has been developed in the past and potentially in the future?
I guess I would answer that based on historical events in this area. While it's, typical housing, houses built on developed land, the area that it's located in has historically experienced wildfire and high volumes of rainfall and flooding in that area. So, whether it's environmentally sensitive or not is a rather comparative type of situation that we're talking about. But again, I guess I would just point to the historical reality of what's happened in that area as evidence of it being a sensitive area.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Tennyson?
I too will be brief since the colleagues up here already asked a whole lot of questions that I needed answered. If Mr. Brown, I just want a clarification on the safety aspect. You don't know how long it took to evacuate that area during previous incidents, but I believe I heard you say you studied the impact of additional residents and automobiles leaving that area?
That's correct.
And what would those results be?
It would, under the way that the analysis was done, it would add between 15 more minutes, depending on the scenario. That's assuming, one vehicle per home leaving at that time. The EIR did not make a determination as to whether that's a significant impact or not, because there are no adopted thresholds for evacuation time. So that information was provided in the document for disclosure purposes, to help you make a decision to understand what changes may occur.
So that 5 to 15 minute increase in time is per vehicle or per new resident?
That's for the overall area, and it depends on the access points that are available.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess it's my turn. Most of my questions have been asked and answered already, but I have a few, and as Mr. Tremblay kind of said, he wanted to reframe them for himself. So I'm going to start with Jackie. What is the general plan?
So simply put, the general plan is, the primary purpose of it is to provide the framework or the blueprint to direct the growth of the city. That's kind of a basic purpose in a nutshell.
So it's like a literal map of where we're going. And
Right,
where we are.
right. Where we want to go. This is what we vision for the city.
And the housing element, how long was that worked on?
Approximately 2 years.
So a lot of thought and effort went into that. And
Yes, yes, and going through HCD, that certification process as well.
And there was public input as well?
Yes, public input, workshops, yes.
Okay, and this has been asked and answered, but the 248 homes that are proposed are not needed to meet our RENA numbers?
That is correct.
Okay. I think that's all for you, Jackie. I have some, trying to decide if I want to re-ask questions or not. Dave, I'll start with you, and we'll see where that goes. What is an unobstructed emergency spillway, and why is it so important in general and in this project?
Right. Yeah, I touched on it a little bit, but essentially, the other ones that have been constructed in the city are concrete, a concrete pathway at an elevation to allow water that gets up to a certain level to escape. Typically, it's from a drainage basin that's there to collect water, but if for some reason pipes plug, too much water comes in, an extreme amount of water comes in, it rises to a level where it can escape. It doesn't have to go through a pipe. It's going over a flat, improved, typically concrete surface to get out of there and not create an issue for the homes around it.
And the way that this project has been designed, is that possible?
It is not possible for that type of unobstructed emergency overflow. And because of the pad elevation that's raised to create the levee embankment to keep the floodwaters from coming in, that's higher than the homes behind it.
And so the alternative is, or what they've offered as the alternative?
Correct. So there are emergency overflows built into the system, and they are made up of pipes. And then those pipes need closure devices to keep floodwaters from the Conejo Creek coming back up in those pipes. But those pipes also, those closure devices need to open up to be able to let water out of the lake. So that's the mechanical system of an enclosed pipe, and then these mechanical devices that are required to operate to be effective and provide that protection.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you. All right. Any more questions? That's enough questions. Okay. Comments? Sure.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me first say that for the record, I've reviewed the October 25, 2023 staff report, the city's current general plan and its various elements, the September 2020 DEIR, and the June 2023 RDEIR, including their respective appendices, comments, and responses to comments, the associated economic studies, the August 8, 2023 letter and technical memorandum from Manat and Pace, respectively, the responses to these latter documents from Cadence and third-party reviewer Casray Consulting, the recent emails and comments and letters, including Manat's letters to the city, and many, many emails from Camarillo Springs and city residents. I've listened carefully to the oral comments made by parties both in support of and in opposition to this general plan amendment referral. I have not met with the applicant, nor the group organized in opposition to this application. I want to sincerely thank everyone who has offered comments, either verbally or in writing, or who has participated in the process. That includes the applicant, the numerous individuals who've participated in the process, offering comments in the environmental impact report process, or otherwise express their views to the City Council. And I also want to acknowledge, and I appreciate, that the applicant has made significant efforts and spent substantial time and money to date on this matter. The city has asked for a great deal of information from the applicant under the city's referral policy. I've given the issue a great deal of thought, and I've weighed all of the information and comments. I favor rescission of the applicant's referral request for the following three principal reasons. First and foremost, in my opinion, approval of the referral request would result in a loss of open space and recreation acreage to the detriment of the city and our residents, inconsistent with the land use, open space and conservation, and recreation elements of the city's general plan as set forth in the staff report. I do not believe that this is in the best interest and welfare of our city and its residents. Second, as the staff report indicates, this site was never considered nor identified in the adopted 2021-2029 housing element of the city's general plan, and it's not needed as part of the land inventory needed to accommodate RENA requirements. This general plan amendment, if approved, could result in up to 10 dwelling units per acre, which is a lot of homes for this location. Third, for reasons I'll explain in a minute, this proposed general plan amendment request, if approved, in my view, would be inconsistent with the safety element of the city's general plan. In and of themselves, these reasons that I just articulated are, in my opinion, sufficient to rescind the referral request, in and of themselves. There do exist additional concerns, in my view, on the environmental side related to the proposed general plan change. Regarding hydrology and flood control issues, the concerns of the city which were not addressed in the master drainage plan and floodplain analysis submitted by the application. And for purposes of the record, these are contained on pages 5.9-41 through 5.9-42 of the revised draft EIR, together with a broader discussion contained on pages 5.9-36 through 5.9-44, respectively. Number two, regarding wildfire and emergency evacuation issues, I am mindful of the analysis contained in sections 5.16, wildfire, and pages 5.8-15 through 5.8-20 of the RDEIR. However, I'm also mindful of three things. Number one, Camarillo Springs is within a very high fire hazard zone, as set forth in the staff report. Number two, wildfires can move very quickly and cause quick evacuations. For example, the May 2013 Springs Fire and the November 2018 Hill Fire. And number three, many current residents of Camarillo Springs are senior citizens, and several have mobility challenges, which makes evacuations especially challenging. The bottom line is this is a basic public safety issue, which is directly relevant to my consideration of the proposed project within the context of the safety element in the city's general plan, i.e., whether to avoid placement of new residential development in areas subject to high or extreme wildfire threats that could place future development, and I might add people, at risk. In my view, this proposed project is inconsistent with the safety element of the general plan, and I cannot in good conscience support it. So these additional environmental concerns that I just articulated inform my principal reasons stated earlier for opposing the referral request. And accordingly, I favor rescission of the referral. In my view, additional housing at this site leads to problematic issues. Now, just a couple of additional thoughts. This is a gateway decision involving a potential change to the city's general plan. The applicant has spent many years and expended substantial funds to date. However, in my view, and as a matter of legislative discretion, It's not fair for me as an elected official to allow this general plan amendment referral process to continue to move forward and have the applicant spend additional time and funds in light of the substantial concerns I've spoken to tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Mr. Tennyson.
Once again, Vice Mayor Tremblay steals all the thunder. I haven't spent as much actual time as the Vice Mayor on this because I wasn't on the council during the initial referral and then the first triennial review. But I assure you, I have spent countless hours watching and rewatching on YouTube the City Council meetings relative to this. Additionally, I believe we've cut down about 500 acres of trees to get printed material going back to the original EIR, and it took 3 carts to get it to and from my office here to the car and home. I've done my homework on this. I've listened to the public comments while being here on council. I've listened to the public comments previously. As I said, I watched these previous council meetings at least 3 times each. I understand that the developer has a phenomenal reputation, and this isn't a reflection on the developer, but I echo Vice Mayor Tremblay's comments that I don't think this is in the best interest of the city of Camarillo in that specific area. I've been out there before during critical public safety incidents in my previous profession. I've seen floods out there. I wasn't employed when they had the mudslide and the rock slide, but am well aware of what happened out there and how long it took residents to get safely out of there at that point and during the fire. So I too feel that the strongest resistance for me is the public safety issue, and I would support rescission of the general plan amendment.
Want me to go?
Mr. Kildee?
Here we are. All right, so I had a lot of things to say. I had a lot of comments written down, but my esteemed colleagues have not only asked very good questions, but have also made very good comments. I just want to kind of reiterate that here we are, and what we're asked tonight is whether or not we want to go forward and want to continue this general plan referral. And as all of us know, we started this in 2017. I think this is my 4th time that I've heard this. I have an esteemed colleague out in the audience. I believe that it was 3 times, but I believe it's my 4th time here. So when we referred this in 2017, we kind of asked a lot of questions, and we kind of said, okay, let's do a fiscal impact analysis. Let's do an impact on potential property values. Obviously, the environmental issues here, hydrological studies. And I kind of had talked back in 2020 that there were variables here. And I think it's important to very briefly kind of talk a little bit more about variables. And this hydrological report, ever since I've been on the city council, this is one of the most vigorous reports that I've been part of, if not the most vigorous hydrological issues here. And that's specifically why I asked the question, would you consider this an environmentally sensitive area for this project? So sensitive and so complicated that we actually did a somewhat unusual step, that we actually hired a third-party consultant, Mr. Cassaray here, to go and look at this from an open perspective with just the facts. I mean, a lot of talk here tonight, and rightly so, have been the facts, and that's specifically why we had Mr. Cassary and hired him to take a look at this, do a deeper dive, if you will. And part of the report came back, I'm going to quote this to a certain extent here. An unobstructed emergency spillway and flow path were not provided and would not be consistent with the city's requirements here. In other words, the city and our consultant had an issue with the design, and that's been practically since day one. There's should be no discussion and or confusion about that. That's really been since day one. Economic studies were performed. We talked about the general plan here and how our general plan, which is a big deal to get certified by the state. There's a lot of cities that it takes them several months to get approved, and we've always been very proud here that we've tried to get ours approved within the allotted time. I want to talk just a little bit about the open space here and the importance of this for our city here. And I'm really sensitive to this because of my experience here that once you lose open space, you don't get it back. You just don't. It's very, very rare. I want to talk about the recreation element. As many of you know, I actually served on the Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park District board for 2 years. And the history of the city is basically the park board was formed in 1962 before the city was incorporated. And there was a group of people that basically got together in 1962 and said, man, this is really a nice place. It's probably going to grow. And if we're going to grow, it's probably going to grow with younger families. And if younger families move here, they're going to want to have recreation areas here, and we got to provide that. So how do we do that? So they implemented a park district here. And I think it's important to note, too, that we've always tried to have 5 acres of parkland for the community. And that could be neighborhood parks or community parks, but our ratio now is still less than that. It's still less. It's somewhere around 3.75 acres. And that's a big deal. The loss of public recreation is a big deal to our city. We've been very, very upfront for decades on that and how important it is not only to have parks, but to maintain them and to have parks at a lot of different usages. They work really, really hard on that. So is this a higher risk area for what's being proposed here? And as an elected official, I take extremely serious my commitment for the health and safety and well-being of all of the residents. Even though we're in districts, we vote on all projects throughout the totality of the city here. And I take that extremely seriously. And I've been up here long enough to have seen debris issues, fire issues, evacuation issues that are very difficult to mitigate, if not somewhat impossible here. So we talk a little bit about Council Policy 701, and for the record, this has been in place ever since I've been here. We've always tried to follow the triennial reviews here. Before I conclude, I want to say I did meet with 2 gentlemen, Mr. Kester, I met with him, and Mr. Lewis on this. We had vigorous discussions. I listened to them. But I just can't go with this project at this point for all the reasons that's been said by my esteemed colleagues here. I didn't vote in favor of this. I voted to rescind it in 2020, and I wanted to try to keep an open mind to see if any more new and additional information could come forward so I could reconsider my vote, and I haven't been able to do that here. So I would support that we do start the process of rescinding this issue.
Dr. Martinez-Bravo.
First of all, thank you all for participating and for bringing life to these council chambers, or even more life, lively life. Thank you to city staff for the tremendous amount of time that you put into this, and thank you to the applicant as well. I have friends very good friends actually, on both sides. Friends who are wearing green and friends who are wearing red, and friends who agree and those who disagree. I hope to remain friends by the end. I know that while you may be in disagreement with each other, at the end of the day, it's important to remember that we are a community, that while you may wear red on one side and green on the other, we do wear red, white, and blue as the United States of America and the Americans that we are. And I am proud to be an American, and I am proud to live in a country where people as yourselves can come to voice their opinion in a safe space. And my goal, because of my personal lived experiences, I take fairness and I take justice very seriously. And my goal for this project, and truly for every decision that I make, is to remain as objective as possible. This was the reason that when I was asked after my election to meet with people to discuss this topic, I decided not to. Even my close friends can tell you that. I did not talk to anyone about what my thoughts were. In addition, I do want to say, I know that our fellow council members discussed the many videos and items and documents that were reviewed. It was a lot. I think I'm getting gray hair this year just from those council reports. So truly, I just want to thank you for your patience. My decision truly encompasses multiple variables. I do have multiple concerns that have guided me to make my decision. In general, I have concerns that this general plan amendment referral negatively affects the well-being and the safety of our community, and it negatively affects the designated land uses of our community. And for me, that is at the core of our mission and of our motto that sits behind me, which is Las personas son la ciudad, or the people are the city. We must center the people of our community in all that we do, as they are why we exist. The location of Camarillo Springs is kind of the elephant in the room. Some people will utilize this to say, oh, you're pro-development or you're against development. That is not the case. I do support development. I do support safe, sustainable, affordable, responsible development. I actually live at Village at the Park. It is a fairly new development, and I would be a hypocrite to say that I do not support development. The difference is at Village at the Park, we have not had millions of dollars invested by the city of Camarillo to attend to the issues as we have done and invested in Camarillo Springs. At Village at the Park, we have not had mudslides. We have not had flood issues or the need to purchase flood insurance. And we are not in the very high fire hazard severity zone either. In addition, there is the unobstructed emergency spillway, as was described. So I think it is important to remember the impactful historical disasters that have occurred in Camarillo Springs. Now, my father, he was a farm worker, as many of you may know. He then became a laborer with Liuna, the local 585. And it was the first time that our family had access to health care because of that. And I did ask my father, would you want to move to this new development? And number one, he said, well, number one, I can't afford it. It is not affordable. Number two, he said there are just too many risks. My father only had up to sixth grade education. He's not an educated person. He's not a hydrologist or an engineer. But for him, common sense was this area is just not safe. It's really not a matter of what if we're going to have the next fire. It's a matter of when. If we have another mudslide, it's not about whether we're going to have another mudslide, but more of a matter of possibly when. This is an area that has, as you know, experienced multiple mudslides and fires. In December of 2013, the massive mudslides with rocks from the mountains came down, and there were voluntary evacuations, and multiple homes were destroyed. And as we know, the city of Camarillo ended up taking the responsibility to clean up the debris and to continue to maintain it. And as we know, it's on our budget for every year. And we have invested millions of dollars into this area. In 2013, we also had the Springs Fire, where 24,000 acres fire, where thousands were evacuated from Camarillo to the PCH. And in 2017, Camarillo Springs, we had the 4th of July Great Fire. This fire, as you may remember, burned both sides of the freeway with heavy smoke and flames covering the area. In 2018, we had the Hill Fire again, and Camarillo Springs was under evacuation. Because Camarillo Springs is in a very high fire hazard severity zone, I believe it is crucial to keep in mind that wildfire activity has increasingly been more dangerous as conditions are hotter and drying due to climate change. Although fires have always been natural and beneficial to many ecosystems, what we are seeing now is that climate change is responsible for the frequency and the intensity of wildfires, and Camarillo Springs is no exception. Now we know that there is no wildfire season, but that fires occur year-round. I believe it is our responsibility as leaders to incorporate science into our decision-making, and I hold myself to that responsibility. Camarillo Springs is an area that is already vulnerable to fires, and I believe it is important to make decisions that don't exacerbate that risk or cause harm. If we amend the general plan and change that zone, my concern is increasing the number of people will cause an increase in difficulties with evacuations when wildfires do occur. And more specifically, increasing the number of elderly community members who are by nature incrementally less mobile and are more of risk at falls, we will increase their risk for safety as well. I would have a very hard time living with myself if a grandparent or an abuelito were to be harmed or killed because of my decision to increase this risk. All of this is really telling me that we should not put more people in an area that is currently zoned for public and quasi-open space. When we submitted our housing element, as we spoke, which was, as we know, which was also approved by the state of California, we did not identify Camarillo Springs as an area for a housing element or consider this an area for more residential use. This is all good reason why we did not identify Camarillo Springs as an area where more housing should be added. And we know from the questions that I asked that the city of Camarillo actually exceeds the RENA numbers by 38%. There are other city areas in the city, and that's been laid out, and that's where applicants can look for this significant density. Now, this does not mean that I would not be open to a different general plan amendment change, but what is in front of me, I cannot support. I cannot support or approve a referral to continue with this specific proposed general plan amendment. I cannot, in good conscience, recommend to move forward and to replace it with this intense use. I do have some concern with the fairness and the equity if most of the affordable properties, the mobile homes, are the ones who are the most financially limited, and these are the ones who are being impacted the most with their views being blocked. I do like that there are these more affordable homes there, and that they do have access to that view. And I don't want to disregard any of the statements that were made here regarding these concerns as well. As for open space, many of you know my background is in clinical psychology, so I do believe that one's quality of life includes that balance of safe, sustainable, and responsible and affordable development and open space. What is at stake here is 31 acres of open space or 310 homes and possibly double that with ADU laws. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw an increase in people utilizing green spaces, hiking parks, et cetera, as a form of coping with a worldwide pandemic. And we know that there is also growing evidence to suggest that being in nature, being in wilderness or planned projects such as parks, golf courses, also has a positive effect on one's mental health. Studies have shown that green spaces can lower levels of stress and reduce rates of depression and anxiety and reduce cortisol levels and improve overall mental health and well-being. And we see that in cross-cultural and across developmental lifespan and SES as well. Green spaces also serve as a protective factor as it protects against mood disorders, depression, neurotic behavior, and stress-related issues. There are some studies that have found this as well, signaling that psychological restoration may be the strongest protective mechanism that green spaces offer. It is important to also understand that mitigation is not the same thing as loss. I will repeat, it is important to understand that mitigation is not the same thing as loss. I don't want to lose 31 acres because it cannot be replaced in the city. Given how expensive land is, it's just not feasible, and I like how the land use is laid out now. Lastly, regarding the third-party master drainage and hydrology report, I've listened to our city's third-party reviewer. the proposed drainage plan just does not meet the city's requirement of an unobstructed overflow spillway, which are required to guarantee that the proposed development would not increase flooding hazards. I am concerned with the mechanical devices that are being presented, and I just simply do not want to put our residents in harm's way. I also have concerns with flooding, and though some of this can be mitigated under CEQA, I just don't want to put anyone in that position or senior citizens in that position to evacuate and increase their worry and anxiety and further negatively impact their physical or their mental well-being. So at this point, I believe that amending our general plan for Camarillo Springs is not in the best interest of the city or of the people of Camarillo. I am concerned that this change would be harmful to the mental health, which I indicated, the public safety, the public welfare of our community members. And at this point, I would support to rescind the general plan amendment referral request.
Thank you. I guess that leaves me. I want to start by saying that I support housing projects that are developed in a safe, sustainable, smart manner and that contribute to the character of our city. I recognize that we are in a housing crisis and that the state, the county, and even our city needs more housing. That being said, I evaluate each GPA referral individually and as fairly as I can. Changing zones, amending our general plan is a big deal. We have a general plan for good reasons to serve as the map of our city's design and a future build-out. Amendments should be made for good reasons, and there are good reasons in some cases. This GPA is unique in that it proposes to reduce recreational space for more houses. And so I have considered this very carefully. Our community values open and recreational space, so much so that we have found ways to meet our RHNA numbers and housing needs without losing recreational space. We've worked hard to do that. I've read every single comment that's been submitted since I was elected for my first term in 2018. I've listened to all of your comments carefully, and I thank you for them. I do really thank all of you coming out. It does add life to the chambers, but it is really important to hear from all of you, and so I appreciate you all taking time out to be here and for sending your emails. I'm a list person, and so whenever I have a big decision to make, I usually make lists of the pros and the cons, and so that's what I did with this project. So I'm going to list some of them. I'm not listing every single valid point that I've heard from you all and from the public in general. These are the ones that stood out to me and have helped to affect my decision. So some of the pros were that it renovates a golf course, which is much needed. The golf course and the renovation. It's a beautiful project. If you look at the pictures and you look at the plans, it looks lovely and it looks beautiful and the amenities look beautiful. It does add housing and senior housing. It may get some homes out of the FEMA flood zone. The future of the golf course is unknown without the project. Significant public support for the project. Cons. Complex and technical hydrology. For me, this is one of the biggest ones, because not all these weigh the same, but no unobstructed emergency spillway. For me, this is one of the most important things, because this is the safety net for me. And I'm concerned about having, in perpetuity, to have to maintenance for the other system in lieu of the unobstructed emergency spillway. Has been talked about by my fellow council members quite a bit is the safety aspect. I am very concerned about what will happen with weather, with rain, with mudslides, with fire, and I am very concerned about the evacuation in those cases. I'm concerned about the loss of recreational space. That would be 31 acres that we would lose, and as we were reminded by some of our folks from PVRPD, thank you, we're already 100 acres short. So that just adds to our deficit. Then there is the possibility, if we rezone 31 acres to residential, 10 units per acre, then that equals 310 homes, not 248. Once we rezone, that's open to that. And finally, there's significant public opposition. So I'm not going to try to figure out who had more, but I know that there was significant opposition and there was significant support for this project. Ultimately, as it comes down to, what it comes down to for me is I'm just not convinced that this project is worth the loss of recreational and open space. I can't justify the safety elements and the concerns that I have and the loss of the open space. And so, because of that, I favor rescission.
Madam Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion.
Can I make one quick comment?
Sure.
I just want to make a quick comment, and I apologize because I didn't make it in my deliberation here. I vividly recall back in 2017 when we had decided to move this forward and allow the applicant to refer this, that it was stated by several council members that this decision for you to go forward with this after this vote is your decision and your decision only here. It was totally up to them as to whether or not they wanted to go forward and do the necessary studies and/or the other issues and things that transpired in the previous years from that. So I just want to put that on the record.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, if I can, at this time. The motion would be to direct staff to return with a resolution to rescind the general plan amendment referral application of Newey LLC for council consideration at the December 13, 2023 meeting.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Unless there's further discussion, please vote. And that passes unanimously. We're still in a meeting, please. Sorry, thanks. I'm going to have the city attorney read or report out on our closed session.
Thank you. Yes, there was no reportable action taken in closed session this evening.
Thank you. With that, we are at the end of our agenda and will adjourn. Thank you very much.